Hello, chat. It's the end of an era. Before this gets a little bit too hype. Hello, everyone. I'm trying to cry on command. I don't think I can do it. Hold on. I might be able to. Yeah, F's in chats for Wirtz. Big 07. Hello, DJ Alfonso. Hello, good to see you. Mace of Hearts. What's going on, shirt? Hello. What's going on, Dials? Hello. What's the cover of Unravel by? The previous Unravel cover was by Ado? Ado? I can't remember. They are a singer of some sort. One of my friends liked them, but this was when I searched up cover for Unravel, they popped up. So I was super down. Really good. Someone check on words. I need a pulse check on words. Thank you all for coming to the In Memoriam. We mourn the loss of our fruit brethren, our baby boy. Emergency call Wirtz right now. I would love to. Actually, you know what? It'd be really funny if we can get Wirtz. If Wirtz pops in the chat, I might ask and see what Wirtz's opinions are. I would love to know. Jonathan Young has a good cover. Is Jonathan Young the one that does a bunch of the like video game and anime covers? Like it's like songs by Johnny Sin. I can't remember what the actual thing is. I think they also have a good cover. Nathan, that's Nathan. Nate Wants to Battle. That's right. That's that guy. Different guy. That just jogged a core memory. Rip Bozo and EQ and Lavalith. I know. So tragic. Tragic indeed. It's trying times, everyone. This is the first time we've had an Elestrals ban list, and as far as I'm concerned, Sparkit, some people would say, needed to go. And it's not the first time the Sparkit's been banned. Elestrals has had a ban list. The first Tartarus list, if you will, did come out. But man, is this a sad occasion. We lost a mascot. An actual legend. A beautiful, beautiful young Elestral. Not even in its prime. You thought the hand rip was bad. The FTK was bad. You didn't even get to see the beauties that Jataya got to behold and got to bring into this world. Incredible. They hit my element of fire, but I'll recover. Good to know. Honestly, the Waspire stuff, incredible. If you guys haven't seen the FTKs on the side of the channel. Okay. Let me get serious real quick. Let me unfortunately let me turn on the lights. Let me get something started. Oh, that's actually even better. Wow. Hold on, let me just fake cry real quick. Is that working on anyone? No? Okay. You guys get to see a little bit of what it's like to set up these lights and get actual lighting in here. Boop. All right, now it looks looking a little more normal. We can keep the rain, though, because we're sad. We can keep the rain, because it's a little sad. How's everyone feeling about this ban list so far, other than absolute pain and misery from losing our boy? That'd be an insane thumbnail, just the no light, the second no light, just this one. Gone too soon. Incredible. I like how half this stream I can just stay silent and it's like just gives amazing vibes. I love it. Let me adjust my camera so you guys can actually see like a little something that's worth actually seeing. Hopefully everyone is doing well, and unfortunately I know this finds everyone in strange spirits, but that's about right. Gotta change my iWooly deck, but I'll be okay. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, for the removal portion, or partially due to the Jotaya hit? Because that's pretty big. Never thought the restrictions, but I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh, so I'm not used to that kind of balance changes. What do you play normally? If it's Magic, that also is, I guess, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the new changes, this is something that I think I've heard a lot of people talk about in terms of, like, let's go on Space Pope below. Candlelight Vigil for everyone's favorite little war criminal. That's what I'm saying. Literally holding it now. I even have, you guys can't see it in the back here. It's a sweater. This was going to be a Professor Swolax stream, but instead this has to be a Sad Boy stream. we just collectively sigh for half an hour. No. So the big thing here, let me turn down the epic piano music real quick. Maybe we can get to an actual discussion playlist. Okay, enough being said. All right. Let's talk about it. Hello, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. We're here to discuss, talk about, and just kind of theorize. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts and opinions on the new ban list that dropped from Elestrals. I'm your host, Swolax. As always, I feel like I've been streaming a lot on this channel, and I think that's pretty cool. Because I love seeing everyone here too, as well. This stream was going to be a little bit earlier in the day, but I kind of wanted to sit here and think about some of the implications of this current ban list. We will have a video out tomorrow talking about more specifically the impacts of the ban list. This is going to be including the rest of the astronauts, not just myself. But more Professor Swole. Unfortunately, this is a short yap. I have my Professor Soul sweater over there, and we can easily put it on. We can put on the glasses and move in. But this is half sadness funeral. But we will be talking a lot about the new list that just came out. So let's go ahead and get into it. Rest in peace, Fruit. Same. I'm absolutely same. Okay. My only complaint is that Lavalith at 1 is just worse. Probably should have had a band though. Honestly, I don't know. I think that limiting cards is actually okay in some cases. We'll talk about that a little bit in terms of the actual list, but let me swap over real quick. Womp womp womp. We're still keeping the rain. Christbore stocks, let's go. Actually though, see, it's all right. Earth doesn't need Earthquake. Okay, everyone. This ban list actually makes me nervous to invest in Elestrals now. Paradox, I don't think that it's don't get me wrong. I think that there is a reasonable concern to say the wider implications of this ban list upon Elestrals. But I think overall for the balance and health of the game, that's something that's good. And it's good that the team is looking into it and the team is so open to this sort of change. You know, that's I think one of the, if you want to talk about investment, like a safe investment in Elestrals, I will say, and not to say that I have stock in Elestrals or anything, but it's there. Yeah, why ban the consistency over Waspire though? We'll talk about that too. Yeah, do you think Waspire needs a ban at all? I was talking to Caleb a little about it earlier. If you guys haven't watched the video, I recommend you guys check that out. Not now, of course, but later. The Waspire is like a direct problem, quote unquote, because of like the Ascension stuff, and Waspire is actually doing the FTK. But I think this is no surprise that the actual like culprit here is unfortunately our good boy. Is our actual good boy here. Yeah, if I had a nickel for each time to try a combo video launched a ban list, I would have 2 nickels. Isn't a lot, but it's weird to happen twice, right? Yeah, it's a ticking time bomb. That's exactly right. Like the fact that when a player casts Ambrosia, period, draw 2 cards, that's crazy. Yeah, Cannon Soldier needed to go because all of his friends had to build around it. Kind of, right? Like it's funny because I think the direct problem of hitting the effect in something like Yu-Gi-Oh! For something like Cannon Soldier, which is a direct burner and those kind of things, like the looping non-once per turn effects, is an issue. And Drataya being able to consistently see yourself digging into the combo pieces in general, which as themselves aren't necessarily inherently malicious yet, is an issue right now, right? Drat bans hits mill 2, true! It's the end of Drat summer, everyone. Yeah, I think Drataya was correct because it enables a lot of things. Yes, like if you guys go to the Elastronauts channel, we have a hand rip Sparkit loop video out there, and it's like specifically it is the only reason you can do it is because you can draw a billion times into the 6 copies of Ambrosia and then heal, and then until you get the full hand loop done with the Golden Apple, right? You could also say Golden Apple is like a ticking time bomb and Rise from the Ashes is a ticking time bomb. But I think there's like reasonable cause to say that like the speed of the game right now, with especially again taking into consideration these bans, like this card enabled those cards to be as strong and powerful as they are, right? Like, to me, Jirtaiya is unfortunately the direct problem, right? Yes, you could ban the cards around Jirtaiya, but Jirtaiya will always eventually be broken as long as there's cards that you want to draw into to see like a mega consistency boost of it, right? And all it takes is one Jirtaiya. Not even that. You can, I think, again, because the speed of the game and the limited card pool right now, you could even do this turn 2, turn 3, as long as you just see the piece, right? But yeah, it's wild. This announcement was staggeringly shocking to me for a few reasons. Like, obviously, I was not expecting a ban list today, and I wasn't really even expecting to get anything like as big as this either. Like, even if we do get a ban list, these are insane direct hits to community gripes. I'll say gripes for now. Concerns. How about that's the nicer phrase of saying it. But yeah, I like to think of Waspire is the bullet, but Jirtaiya is the gun. Yeah, Jirtaiya is a gun. But yeah, they both can eventually individually still be an issue, but a lot less of an issue. Agreed, right? The extra pieces around the gun still are dangerous, or could be loaded into a different gun, right? But I guess the point is stop printing guns, if you want to use the gun analogy. But Skylak brings up a great point, and also Skylak makes an appearance in this video too. But a few things that A-Drive points out inside of this video, specifically on the Elestrals channel, the main Elestrals channel, is talking about the main 2 things that people are concerned about, which is one, an FTK going around that is fairly unhealthy for the game. That's actually our video, by the way. Shoutouts to Bears. And also the overabundance of removal inside of the game that is enabling a deck like Fives to outpace and beat, quote unquote, or beating is not the right word I want to use there. Rather be just as strong as other decks that have game plans and quote unquote actual gameplay. I think Fives in a lot of ways is fine for a game like this. Having a big beater strategy is a-okay. We've kind of talked about it over the last couple Yap sessions that like the idea of Fives as a whole can exist. To me, the main issue of the deck is that it can compete at the same level, if not at a more efficient pace than what to me seems like more of the statement of Elestrals, which is Nexusing, which is the spirit management, which is all these sort of like combinations together, right? But yeah, someone went undefeated tonight with the Jirtaiya FTK. I know this person, and it's honestly the person who did bring it up to the attention of the Elestrals main like conglomerate. Dimax. Dimax is your war criminal tonight. Again, and this is not a flame on Dimax by any means. I think Dimax is doing a correct service. We knew this was a problem beforehand. Like, a lot of people in the community knew of an FTK. Dimax recently brought it to the most recent tournament, the actual like the app tournament that occurred this past weekend. And I think it did raise some alarms this early. I don't know if anyone was like going to be brave enough to bring it, but it's funny because I think even their list and their practice wasn't even that great. Apparently, like they went 03, 04, 2, 1, 1, 3, 1, 4. I can't remember what it was. It was something really low. But we'll click on that. Oh, no, not that one. Sorry, Law. But the idea was that I got stun locked by my own yapping. Oh my god. But the idea was that with enough practice and enough care, a competitive like a truly competitive landscape would just be ravaged by this FTK. And Dimax was trying to prove that. And also, again, proved it a little bit tonight. So if anyone was ever upset or curious about it, that's also why. Shout out to Skyhawk, by the way, in this video. Skyhawk mentioned. Did we show Tartarus form? Where is Tartarus? There we go. Boom. Yeah. 2-2, I think? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bad mouthfeel is a valid reason to hit cards too. Also true. It's like it just looks bad upon the card game and the community, right? Yeah, Waspire is always a good card I overlooked, wondered what hidden gems are out there. That's also a question I have in my mind, is what else is overlooked inside of the game of Elestrals. Now, again, I think it's also less likely, because the consistency isn't really there for a lot of decks, to see like really major problems like after Drataya is gone. Like, imagine a deck that allows you to draw into every problematic card, right? That's the Drataya portion of it, which is cool. What's going on, Tyler? Hello, good to see you. Yeah, Sane 5's the problem is kind of goofy. It's more that that cards like EQ and stuff makes it so powerful, and limited 5s and 4s. It's become the new problem. Also true. Start playing 3s, correct. True. God, I have my 3s sleeved up right here. And 3s actually might get a pseudo buff from this. We can talk about that a little bit too. Like, what's the decks that we can see coming up to the top October 1st. Again, this ban list effectively goes into competitive play October 1st. So we're about a week away. So we're still into this FTK and Drataya meta, quote unquote. I think people will not play the FTK out of just being a cool dude. They might, and you might get FTK'd here in the next week. But I think that's like the problem's being addressed, and the problem has been addressed, right? And it's Drataya. I actually haven't read the new Tartarus form yet. Let's take a look at that. So Drataya escaped from Tartarus form, joining Sparkit as the second banned card in Elestrals total. History of Elestrals is coming along very well, by the way. You can discard an Ambrosia or a Golden Apple of Discord in order to draw 2 cards. Ah, interesting. I didn't read that second portion. Interesting. Well, in the weekly casual mobile tournament, I'm bringing the FTK. Why? That's crazy. Me teching Glimbat to stop Golden? Let's go. True, actually. Very true. Yeah, the Glimbat stops the FTK, and it stops Sparkit. No, so this actually Drataya Tartarus form is pretty cool. I kind of like it. Because like the idea is that I think the Latagon also got value off of Golden Apple of Discord. And so the idea that Drataya comes out, you're actually discarding cards from your hand to lessen the value, meaning that you're going still plus 0, I get -0, however you want to look at that, right? Where it's like Drataya on board, discard the Ambrosia, Golden Apple, draw 2, and that's 2 for 2. So the math checks out there, I think. And even then, that's not even really that good, per se, especially because Drataya is a once per turn per copy card. So it's a little more manageable, at least for this Escape from Tartarus form. Again, effects are not final, but there's that. Yeah, once per turn, it is absolutely. Oh, also, I did see your Solar is the best deck comment. I believe it. Solar is gonna be crazy. We'll talk about that too. But yeah, just have to mulligan 8 times to make sure I can open it. See, that's the funny part, is you can even do the FTK through mulliganing. Like, it doesn't really change a whole lot. It's a little wild, right? But I don't know. This is still gonna be good, I feel. It's a little bit different, right? I think there is a legitimate case that both the Tartarus forms of Drataya and also Sparkit are both significantly different in the landscape that they will be in, right? Like Drataya's, I think, is a direct nerf. It's like super directly nerfed. Sparkit, Nexus, and Handrip at all is maybe really strong, but Thunder just really needs a Nexus target, right? It needs a good Nexuser, and Sparkit, it's really like, how can you really pin down what Sparkit does? And what's the identity of Sparkit? And how does that influence the identity of Thunder? Like, what does Thunder do? You know? Isn't that crazy? Like, that's all the things I'm sure the design team and A-Drive and everyone at the Illustrious team is thinking about, is how can we acceptably bring back these cards that don't immediately break it again? Could you imagine a twice baked potato in the form of Sparkit? That would be nuts. Actually, okay. If there's anyone from the Elestrals staff listening, I have one request for you because they've taken Drataya out back. Make Sparkit escape from Tartarus a problem again. And then I would love to see an escaped from Tartarus. Like a second errata. Not because I think it would be good for the brand. This is actually a problem because this is a bit. And this is really funny. Because that would be insane to have a card banned twice and have two different erratas. They hit the second Sparkit. So a second Sparkit has hit Tartarus. Could you imagine? Maximum security Tartarus. Yes! Yes! Yeah! Now that's how you use a ban list, baby. That's so funny. That'd be so silly. I would love it. It would be so bad, but extremely funny. And that's the important part. Wow, that's incredible. Man, great minds. Great minds. But yeah, they're escaping from prison like Batman villains. Exactly. No, quite literally, right? Tartarus is it's more about reforming the Elestrals, you know? Technically it means there'd be 3 different types of Sparkit. Whoa, wait a minute. They all do, okay. They could never do a 3rd Sparkit, right? That's crazy. Watch us get an Elestral that searches and escape from Tartarus Celestial. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking about card design. That's right, you're thinking with card design and portals now. That's crazy. See, Brown Ale's actually got a good point. Okay, watch us get a card that searches an Elestral escape from Tartarus. Like, imagine like a prison set, right? Effectively, like a dark, twisted prison set, right? And the theme of this set is that you get stuff that like it plays off of Tartarus, right? Yeah, Tartarus is the concept of ban list, true. That I think is very cool, and a very cool idea that Elestrals could also run with. Again, the title forms make this thing very interesting, and especially because, like, technically they still are their own cards. Hades Divine. Oh wait, we're doing it. This is great. Okay, all right. A Hades Divine rune. Enchant up to 3. Detach or disenchant 2, because we got to make it on par with Aeolus. It's a lunar spirit. It's the first double divine. It's fire lunar, and you have to disenchant both, one of each. To search, you could also special cast. I actually don't mind special casting. Special casting could be broken in the future if there's more cards from Tartarus on Tartarus. But that'd be nuts. That'd be nuts. What if there's a stadium rune called Escaped from, yeah, right, the Escaped from Tartarus as the actual name of the card? That could get confusing, actually. Maybe there's some game design implications there. Detach 2 to special. I think it'd have to cost like 3 or 4 to special. I think minimum it'd have to be detach or disenchant 2 to search, because that's what Aeolus does, and you don't want to really make a card that like is just straight up better than Aeolus. You could. Late again, what I've missed? What's going on, Eagle the Duck? Hello, good to see you. What have I missed? Okay, let me recap for everyone that's here. Okay, we're gonna go back to something real quick. Okay, ready? Everyone ready? Everyone got 07s in chat ready? Do you guys want the piano version or the real version? We'll do this version. This is what you've missed, by the way. That's it. That's what you've missed so far. You've missed us grieving our good friend, Drataya. And talking about some of the ban list stuff. We haven't got into the limited list yet. We're talking about the most notorious fiend of all time. Drat Summer's officially over, everyone. And trying to make myself cry. I can't cry on command, and I was trying to learn how for this stream. Didn't work. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. That being said, yeah, I think there's a lot of design space that can work around the Tartarus Elestrals, so to speak. And I guess to kind of really recap, I think Drataya makes sense as a hit here. Right? I think that Drataya is like the enabler. I think Skyhawk brought up a good point, which is that it's the gun. It's the actual thing that you are utilizing to enable the other cards. And if the counter argument here is that there's a lot of cards that are problematic, I just don't see them in that way right now, right? They could just be ticking time bombs. Maybe we'll have an entire like 120 card set that's all Tartarus, right? Rise from the Ashes, Escape from Tartarus, or Deployed by Tartarus, etc. Maybe there is a Waspire Escape from Tartarus, and you can only ascend this over an Ignector, right? Maybe there's an Ignector Escape from Tartarus. There's a lot of like stuff from like the early sets of Elestrals that's like partially very well designed. Rise from Tartarus. Wait, you can only special cast Escape from Tartarus forms. How are we getting stun locked on such cool concepts? Oh my god. It's a 2-cost revival. You can only revive cards that are Escape from Tartarus. Wow. And Dialis might be a genius, guys. Wow, what's going on, Gwen? Hello. I think the only other reasonable hit could have been Cornucopia. Big disagree, actually. Funny enough, I think that that's not a bad idea to maybe limit the amounts of Ambrosias, but I'd actually rather be more comfortable taking the other Ambrosia than Cornucopia. And the only reason why is because I think Cornucopia, the Cornucopia form, which I think is shown here in this video. Nope. I think the only thing is that I think the OG Ambrosia is much stronger in the form that it's like you can cast it off whatever. It doesn't require like specific spirits, so the Omni Spirit thing does actually come up, and the heal for 3 is just insane. Now Cornucopia is a little more balanced in my opinion, just because it's the 2 earth. Again, it's like you can't play it in everything, so you have to be really careful on the concessions that you make as a player, and usually that means only a dedicated deck to run Ambrosia Cornucopia can even run it. Right? Like you could, and again, all the FTKs did it because Drataya was there. Like the other answer, another like design decision / deck construction idea that you'd have to maybe consider is how can I gain max advantage off of something like the Cornucopia, right? And like Pandacin's another weird case here too, right? Because Pandacin looping the invoke runes is like the other way you'd have to go about Cornucopia, right? It's like, oh, I'm getting max value off of this because of X, Y, and Z reasons. And you have to ask yourself too, with like hitting any card in general. This is going to be like a little bit of a yap sesh, a little bit of a Professor Swolax yap sesh. Is that like, what is the value of hitting the card? What is your player getting or gaining rather an advantage by playing the card? Right? What are they losing by taking away the card? And how is that greater implication affecting the card pool, the deck decisions, and how can we influence players to build and play or even think inside of the game of Elestrals? We can relate this back to the limits that we've seen today, which we'll talk about here in a second. But the general idea is you should always want your players to be thinking about your game. And I mean, sounds kind of dumb, right? It sounds kind of like silly, like of course you want to. Not necessarily from even a brand or a brand loyalty perspective, but more from like a design perspective of you rather not have your players go brain off. You want to be able to provide them an experience they can actually chew over. They can actually say, okay, I'm making a decision here and my decision matters. Because that's also really important. We talk about this like in Yu-Gi-Oh!, not to bring up the Y word, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of formats where decision points don't matter. And that feels really bad. You tend to see it in a lot of card games, a lot of video games too, in general, like as far as balance goes, that when decision points ultimately are not rewarding your players for that risk reward they're taking by making the decision to point that out, then what you end up having is a bad player experience. Hence why taking away Drataya here is like a really good move, because, you know, it's ruining player experience. You don't really have to think. You can fail the FTK, sure. But the reasonable conclusion is that why would I play any other deck when I can just burn out my opponent for no reason, right? And very similarly, I think we'll talk about that as we get to the limits, which I think has larger implications upon deck building than the FTK, obviously. And allowing your players to think about their deck choices, right? Obviously, there is some limitations here to that, and like as far as limitations go, that thought can only go so far, because people will probably still just play the cards that are limited at one capacity and just tech in the spirits, right? Like maybe they will, but you at least are making them think about it, right? I think someone brought up the Rhinosect list, and I saw a lot of the Rhinosect decks from this past weekend weren't even playing Earthquake. They're just playing the Cryoblast stuff, right? Wirtz! Wirtz! Wirtz, my goat! Wait, Wirtz! You're here! Oh, God! Oh, God! Wirtz! Wirtz, Wirtz, how are you doing? Wait, Wirtz, can you hop on a call? Are you... Yeah, I can hop on a call. Oh, let's go! Pog. Okay, let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready. I would love to get you on to talk about this ban list and talk about the Wirtz take on Drataya. That would be amazing. Oh my, good ending achieve. Absolutely. Good whatever? Okay, I'll give you a call here on Discord. Okay. Hold on. You guys let me know if you can hear words. Hello.
Word is up. How's it going?
Chat, can you guys hear words?
Can they hear me?
Can you hear me? Incredible. I'm glad I have you on. This is... I messaged you earlier asking about your score on
I was really busy today. Funnily enough, Elestrals stuff I was working on.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it was, you know, they pay me to do stuff, and I had to do stuff today, so.
Wow. I mean, yeah, because I'm assuming you guys were very busy from this and this news. How long did you know? How long did you know, if you're allowed to say?
About, I can't really say how long, but like, let's just say I've been over it for a hot minute.
No, they let you out easily.
Say, so here's the thing, right? So yeah, like the biggest frustration is that Escape from Tartarus Drataya is not out until set 5. And once it's back, it's like, all right, we're back in business. I think the Drataya ban is extremely, extremely good. I know a lot of people are pointing the finger at Waspire and saying that's the problem card. Personally, these are my thoughts here. I think Waspire is fine. I understand that Waspire may continue to break in the future, and then it might require a ban, but I think Waspire is a fun and interesting payoff card, whereas Drataya is a quote-unquote toxic enabler of unfun strategies. So that's my short hot take on that matter.
Okay, on the Drataya hit as a whole. What do you think of the revision? So the Escape from Tartarus form is like it's discard Ambrosia or discard the Golden Apple to draw 2. Do you think that's like sufficient?
Yeah, so let's talk about Escape from Tartarus. So obviously Escape from Tartarus aren't final effects. You'll know more about the final effects as you get later on closer to set 5, I would assume. I don't know Dan's exact release timing, but with the effect as currently written in the announcement as the tentative effect, I Really like that effect kind of being a soft once per turn. I think that's interesting. I think the most interesting part about it, and I think one of the biggest issues with Drataya, or rather base set Drataya, is you're not only drawing 2 cards, you're recovering the spirits from the Ambrosia, which is what makes Drataya's effect very abusable and oppressive, because you're not just getting the consistency of drawing, you're getting all the healing that Ambrosia gives you as well. So the fact that now you have to choose between getting the healing effect or getting the draw effect, and not both, as well as not being able to repeat it, is super impactful. With it's still reading like a really good card, especially with the addition of Golden Apple to the draw effect, while also providing new limitations to the archetype of fruit as a whole. That makes it, I think, a really clever version of the card. I can't say it's the finalized version of the card. I don't even know if that's the finalized version of the card. Just to be fully transparent there, but I think that is a solid start for revising Drataya with keeping its idea and identity of like the fruit kind of combo control deck intact.
Yeah, because I guess the idea is that you're, like you said, the spirits from both Cornucopia and the original Ambrosia were a big draw there. You could effectively like continue your resource grind while gaining card advantage, which is like a big trade-off. But for this one, it's like you're kind of foregoing the spirits for just raw advantage. And you, in a fruit deck per se, you could still choose to play as normal. The Latagon is the ultimate payoff, right? For using Ambrosia or Golden Apple Discord, which is cool to see too, that the TARDIS form can mention that. Again, the effect's not finalized, but that's like a big plus for sure.
Yeah, and it I think also it ties Latagon, Golden Apple, and Drataya together a lot better now by adding an additional discard outlet into the deck. So now we're looking at, hey, fruit likes to not just consume the fruit, it likes to discard fruit for effects, it likes to discard Golden Apple, and it makes the fruit feel a little bit more like, hey, maybe there's a future where it goes into this kind of self-discard engine route, where you kind of choose between discarding cards or effects or casting them for other effects, which I think would be a really cool design thing that I need to go pitch it in right now. Hold on, I'll be right back. But I think that's a cool build around archetype that could kind of continue like Fruit's legacy and really bring Golden Apple into the archetype, because Golden Apple is currently just kind of that fringe card that feels great when you cast it with a lot of gun in play and terrible every other time otherwise.
Yeah, it's like a card that is good, quote unquote. It's like the 15th best card in Morfrost. It's good in like the strategies that you're trying to do, like the Pharaoh Geist Revival. If you guys haven't seen that on Wirtz's channel, check it out too.
The Pharaoh Geist deck is so much fun.
It's crazy. Well, and again, like I with the new limits and stuff, I am very scared of Pharaoh Geist even more. But on like the fruit angle, I would love to see potentially. So one of the things that Fruit did too was kind of kick out Clovey from the design space of like Earth as a deep draw engine, because like why would you play Clovey when you just have
think Ambrosia? Fruit did that. I think Astrabbit did that.
Astrabbit definitely did that. Astrabbit's a big main culprit for sure. I guess mainly in like the same Earth type of element, you know, like the spirit type. Because
right,
like, to me, if I'm looking at Drataya, which is draw 2, if I play a card that I'm already playing, then Clovey's fine, but for the same stat. Also has a higher attack, which is nice. It's cuter, in my opinion. But yeah, it's interesting. Do you think that there's also maybe room for other payoffs besides Latagon? Because I think that's also where we're heading now with the fruit deck, like as a whole, as we could see more maybe different forms of Latagon, like titled Latagon. Is that possible? That's probably possible.
Anything is possible, really. I still want a fruit 3 drop with a new piece of fruit. That's what I've been asking for since base set. Am I going to get that? I don't know. Please,
cooking. That actually sounds really good.
Fruit Dragon number 3, and like I don't know, Pineapple of Doom.
Yeah, Pineapple of Doom. You send over Latagon, it can't be targeted by card effects or something like that. Like that.
I don't even know what it would be.
Or if with a pineapple, you could work the pines portion, so you effectively just be Pharaoh Geist 0.2 on that level. But no, it's crazy.
Porcutide.
Porcutide. Oh yeah, I mean, I was just talking about Porcutide today, because now with the new limits, like Porcutide actually becomes something that you quote unquote could play. I don't know if you had any more thoughts on the fruit version of, or the Drataya being ban being sent to Tartarus. I don't know if you had any more thoughts on it. Really?
Yeah, directly on the ban. Yeah, it's the correct ban, right? For the moment, it is the correct ban for sure, because I think it is the biggest enabler of a toxic kind of underworld recursion engine that just heals and draws, and then heals and draws, and then heals and draws on repeat, and that is problematic. So if anyone says that Drataya shouldn't have been banned and Wasp, like you know, Waspire could have been hit. I think Waspire is still a reasonable like option to say, hey, that could be problematic in the future. But as of right now, without the FTK, Waspire is going to see basically zero play.
Yeah. Well,
right?
and it's just going to be harder to get out more consistently, which means, okay, if you're wanting to go triple Exalt Flare into the Waspire again, it's like, go for it, I guess.
But, yeah, like the OTK stuff is still there, but OTK is not FTK. I think that's something that you're probably well versed in. I think a lot of the community think that OTK and FTK are the same thing. They are not.
Yeah.
They're not even close.
Shout out
there
to
are
Blazers.
OTKs that border FTK for sure, but the current OTK stuff I think is fair and enjoyable enough.
Yeah, well, because there's an actual risk reward there, right? Like one thing you brought up with like the fruit package is that like, yeah, you're just effectively all plussing. You're just all upsides. It's not like a really big downside to playing the draw engine, because you're just healing back the spirits that you would have used off the draw engine. So it's from a game design standpoint, it requires less risk reward than something like the Blazers OTK, for example, which I know you're more than familiar with. Shout outs to Elestrals. And that's like a big commitment. Spirit wise, there's a lot of outs to that type of strategy and counterplay. Despite people,
yeah, well, that's the crux of the matter, right? Is the counterplay. You could have the most broken deck in the world, but if your opponent beats the deck by just playing one Elestral defense position, I mean,
is it really that broken? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
So I like the space where like Blazers OTK can exist, with Waspire as the backup there, because I think that deck is interesting, and though not super great, is fun and interesting. And if, again, let's say Waspire was out of the picture and we kept Drataya in a fruit deck is fair and fine. In a deck that allows you to draw your entire deck for some specific payoff, it's not. And that, I think, is the crux of the matter here as to why it was the target as opposed to the Waspire.
Yeah.
Is like the deck without Waspire still exists. People will just have to find the new payoff for it. Where if it was the other way around, that's the other way around. But now with Drataya gone, they have to find an entire new engine to get to the FTK, which doesn't exist. So I think that's also part of the really big important
I think
concept there.
Skyhawk brought up a good point, which is that like Drataya is the gun, right? It's like the Waspire might be the bullet. There might be other cards that are also similar bullets where it's like, sure, they're maybe strong, but having the enabler is kind of a big issue. Which is funny to consider, like Spark It, the other card on Tartarus right now, which is that like will we eventually see more cards in this list? Absolutely. I'd be curious to see the finalized effects when they go into play for set 5. And it's a cool design space. I don't know. Do you think there's any cards that would be like suspect for Tartarus right now? That at least maybe ones that you're thinking of, not necessarily from a Elestrals team perspective, of course.
Yeah, that's hard to comment on without kind of going into Elestral staff stuff, etc.
I figured, yeah.
I think the only real thing that I'm comfortable saying is like Waspire is definitely, I think, a card that's always been on people's radars, even since base set. Like people since base set have gone, oh, why is it not limited? And that's a Dan decision. But I think I'm gonna make assumptions here. I think Dan likes Waspire in the game because it creates an interesting payoff. It's just a matter of how consistently easy it is for that payoff is where the line needs to get drawn.
Yeah, and that's pretty fair to say. I mean, we can also shout out Celestia at season 2. Like I think it was Shady who Waspired Burn Coder. And as hilarious as that sounds,
yeah, something like that.
It's like that kind of combo does have, again, like the risk reward portion of it, and Waspire as a whole, at least at the time, and maybe this changes in the future, I don't know, but it's like any burn card is going to be something that I think the community will look at and be like, this is unfair. Like, again, the eruption portion, eruption was on everyone's mind for the best of one formats for Elestrals for a long time. And now burn Krakatuga, shouts to my Krakatugas.
Fourth best second base set by the numbers.
It's true. And we also have a card now that searches eruption, but you don't really see people like up in arms about it, right? And part of that's
people
due
were
to
freaking
fives.
out about that card on release, and now it feels like it's just a whisper.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
I mean, that's basically the entirety of Daybreak, right? Like a lot of cards in Daybreak, people were freaking out about, and people are like, "Oh, it's fair." It's like Celestial, people were freaking out about, and everyone's like, I guess it works,
I know. Well, that and Anocell, Phosphocell stuff. Like I remember Arcalyph
I
gets revealed.
think Phosphocell is good. I don't know what people are talking about saying that card's not good.
Man, I actually hope with the new, we can actually move to the limits. Oh, fun! This is a great transition. Because I would love to know. I think that you said earlier that you're not the biggest fan of it. I wonder, is that from a Magic background thing? Is that like the
it's
limiting
okay?
portion?
So Magic the Gathering has a limit list. It's only in the oldest, most powerful format, so it's not the same Magic thing. I personally just don't like one of limits because of the fact that it creates a negative experience when people say I lost to the one of, right? So in the situation of like Lavalith, you can tell you can see people going, I got blown out by the one of Lavalith, and that sucks.
Yeah,
like that's definitely the impact there. Where I do really like the limited idea is with something like Earthquake and Resting, taking what effectively is 6 removal cards in the same deck, cutting them both down to 1, so now you're running 2 instead of 6. While they do have different restrictions and play patterns to them technically, in the decks that were abusing them, they're effectively the same card. So it's like, hey, we just reduced you from having 2 copies of removal to having effectively, or rather, 2 different cards at 3 ofs as removal. You now effectively kind of have like 1 card that's instead of at 3 of, it's at 2 of, kind of. So I do like that decision that Dan made there with those limits, just because of kind of the play patterns of the cards effectively being 6 copies of the same card instead of 2 distinct cards in the decks.
Yeah.
So that's where I like the limit. I like the limit when it takes something that's the same effect and kind of says, hey, now it's no longer this, or rather, it's the same effect in theory, or in practice, I should say. In theory, they're different. And now it's limited, so it's effectively like you now have 1 card at 3 copies. Well, in this case, 2 copies, but that's besides the point. That's where I kind of like the limit idea there.
Yeah, and that's a very fair point. It's interesting too, because I think from like we talked about like player choice perspective earlier, where it's like I think the limiting of these 3 cards specifically does make it harder for players to maybe say, oh, well, do I want to put in the random Earth Spirits or random 1 Fire Spirits? And I think some decks definitely will, maybe even a side deck option for sure. But at least there's some consideration there.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of people have been talking about. It's like, hey, it's like, do I still run those 2 spirits? That's interesting. I think a lot of people are looking at it going, well, I run 2 Earth for 3 Earthquake, and so I can still run 2 Earth for 1 Earthquake, but the actual math there changes, I think, quite a bit when you're less likely to find the card.
Right. Well, and also still too, like going back to like base set stuff, it's like if you were playing Viscerus or Earthquake in general, maybe you could have space to run Viscerus. The Earth Spirits were there, and so maybe that's also the point. Is that like for decks that already wanted to natively run Fire or Earth, maybe they decide to have the 1 random Blobolith and Earthquake as their like bonus that they can play. And it's interesting. I saw some people talk about Cryoblast because it's also removal and also just fine. But Cryoblast, I think, is just so much different. And it's funny because that card brought upon, I think, the removal meta because it's an extra removal that's pretty generic. But in the same way, the same cards that lose to Cryoblast were utilizing the 3 copies of Earthquake and Resting more effectively. So like 5s, for example, really bad into Cryoblast. But I think we'll see some decks that are much more resilient to it. Right, like Water, even like Rhino.
I mean, Josh lost a game to Waylands, right? So Cryoblast clearly isn't, the be-all, end-all there, because all of a sudden you're staring down something that's immune to the cards, kind of like the Tsunami situation. There's immunities you have to be aware of that make the card, although looking like it's really powerful, just maybe not so much because you might get blown out by this weird tech option your opponent brings.
Yeah, exactly. What's your take on like the boss monster, boss Elestral style play that I think we might see a rise of? Like obviously, Voltempus was a big deal instead of set 1 because it's like an untargetable Elestral, and we have so much better payoffs now, I think, than Voltempest, but we have less ways to like when they hit the board, less ways to deal with it. Is that something you're scared
of? Maybe not. Like, to talk about Voltempest real quick, like, I still think Voltempest is good, and I think people aren't playing Voltempest when they probably really realistically could. Yeah. Which is weird to say, because I know a lot of people were like, oh, well, we got Sparket Band, let's jump on Larva Cell. Or, maybe just retune the deck to be something different, like your Uncolith stuff. Like,
let's go.
Thunder still has some really interesting concepts that I think people aren't exploring because maybe just because people said, oh, well, I could explore Thunder and refine Thunder, or I can jump on the refined bandwagon and play the more refined stuff and be more consistent and likely to play through stuff by jumping onto 5s, jumping onto like the Kerbis and the Chronodile, which are a lot more, I wouldn't say refined, but they're decks that people are a little bit more understanding on what you do. Like, what you do with a Kerbis, right? You play Poseidon, you play Rock and Hard Place, you send your Eddie, you blow up some board stuff, you punch your face. Chronodile, you draw a bunch of cards, you send into it. You know what you're doing with those decks. I think the unknown with like Voltempest is you have to go, well, how do I get to Voltempest? What am I doing? I think that's the hard part there. I think Voltempest could see play right now if people just kind of dig into Thunder a bit better, and maybe with
get creative.
Maybe with like the card restrictions to Earthquake and Royal, it might allow something like the Rabbit Walls and stuff like that to kind of get to Voltempest quicker, or rather get to it more consistently with a couple of back row being the protection. I'm not really sure. It's an unknown meta, right? It's just to see what kind of things evolve from here.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because there is a conversation to be had that, like, Elestrals players, and this is maybe carry over from other card games, like, we like certainty, right? We like a straightforward game plan, like what is good, what's bad. And there maybe is a lack of quote unquote innovation in a way that to kind of explore how to play a game plan. I think part of it too with these limits is that game plan decks, stuff like Chronodile, for example, Farrageist even, it was hard to set them up. And so even if you really wanted to like try and turbo them out or build a deck around certain like bombs like Voltempest, sometimes it just felt like you could never do it. And I think that discouraged a lot of players. So from like a deck building perspective, it's like you were getting punished actively for playing those decks. And it sounds like too that you're also a big fan of like the game plan strategies of like, how can I accomplish an Imperawatt, right? And that's like a big plus. I think that with these limits.
I really like people being able to be creative with their decks, and I like diversity in decks. I know from a lot of people who I've talked about like the high levels of competition, there's the divide of a lot of people at higher levels prefer there to be a very small high-end meta so that you're always kind of aware and prepared for your matchups.
Yeah, low variance. Yeah.
I personally like the idea that it's more skill intensive if the like meta is very diverse, so you really have to kind of dig into how your deck building impacts in a broader scope. And that's probably the Magic player in me, because the Magic player in me is like, if I know there's enchantment decks that are relevant in Magic and I don't have enchantment removal in my side deck, what am I doing? When I saw going back, so I just recently got into Yu-Gi-Oh! I shouldn't say recently. I've been getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! A bit in the past few months. I had master rank last month for the first time, which was super cool. I'd still like Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck building still baffles me, because a lot of the deck building is like, but outside of like the hand trap suite, people seem reluctant to want to play things that clearly answer certain decks. Like going to Mystic Mine, I didn't really know the full context of this, but when Mystic Mine was relevant and people were talking about it, in my head I'm like, well, you just run something like MST in your side, or was it Cosmic Cyclone, and you now have options to deal with it into game 2, and a deck like that might not be able to keep up anymore. Like, it's just, to me, like, when I look at my Magic deck building, if I clearly lose to something that I know is relevant in the meta, it's a deck building issue, and it feels like the player mentality between like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And even Elestrals deck building is just completely different when it comes to how people manage and expect gameplay, decks, outs, and kind of counterplay, meta counterplay exist, which is, I don't know, that I know that's a really complex, weird topic to talk about, but like,
no, I think
it's a really
good.
interesting thing to kind of think about.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I have a pretty notorious discussion piece on the Yu-Gi-Oh channel of Normal Swolax that goes over. So Jesse Cotton, and I think oddly enough, you share a very very strong opinion with a world champion Yu-Gi-Oh player. So that's a good mindset to have, I think. Jesse Cotton has an infamous tweet that's like, it's like, okay guys, how are you not prepared at Mystic Mind for this point? When every deck is running it effectively. And the argument that I think he makes, and that Konami at the time was making, and this was my point in the video, was that, or at least in the discussion, is that like Konami thinks it's not an issue because they have given us players the tools to deal with the problem. We're just kind of not doing it for what reason, right? And right. I think there's like a balance between gameplay and design choices that are overly like centered in that way, where it's forcing your players to do stuff. But I do think that you're also right in saying that there is a lack of, like, I guess, exploration in the form that you could just forego your hyper consistent combo deck for a little bit of back row removal, right? And that's something that I think is a design choice and a deck building choice that the players could explore. Magic's a little bit more complicated, I think, too, because, and something like Elestrals, I think maybe can get into eventually, is that at least with Magic, if you're going against a deck and you see blue, you kind of know what this, your color type will want, and like what you need to do for your deck in some level.
Yeah, I mean, at like the early player level, like the introductory level, and maybe like the intermediate level, yeah, knowing color identity is super helpful for newer players to understand. But when you get past that kind of moderate intermediate level, like when you're at higher levels of play, that kind of doesn't matter anymore. Like knowing your opponent's on blue, what does that do? You're going to know your deck matchups the same way you know your Yu-Gi-Oh deck matchups. Oh, Yubel's going to drop a 0/0 that's going to punch me in the face by hitting my own things. Like, and it's really frustrating to destroy things. I know that, like, Fire King's going to blow up their own cards from every which way to deal with things. Like, it's the same in Magic. At high level of Magic, okay, my opponent's playing, after turn 1, you see the first card that they play, you generally know what their game plan is going to be, the same way that you generally know what your opponent's game plan in Yu-Gi-Oh is going to be. Granted, Yu-Gi-Oh is obviously a shorter turn length game, but there's just as much interaction in a shorter period of time in Yu-Gi-Oh that there is in Magic. It's still the same concept. So while I think that does hold water for the moderate intermediate level, that makes it easier for players to kind of bridge the gap of understanding what your opponent's deck doesn't hold that argument when you get to higher levels of competition.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that too. I think I bring that up too to say that right now, especially in an early game of Elestrals where people are getting into it, it's like that sort of wide net of consideration of like deck identity or like creativity or deck building choices, so to speak, is going to affect the wider player base for a new card in the game like Elestrals for sure. Because you're absolutely right. At the high levels of play for most of this stuff, people are already, they know what thousands and thousands of cards do, and if they have one card down, they know exactly what their card does into those thousands of cards, right? And I think that's like a really interesting thing that we've started to see with Elestrals, is that sometimes you can just get hit out of nowhere, and I think a lot of players aren't expecting it. And it's funny because to kind of extrapolate a point, it's like you kind of should be expecting the unexpected sometimes. Like the Wayland strategy is really cool. Or I think the webcam tournament, we had like a Cryo Scorch deck that bubbled. It's always Frost. But it's like those types of like decks and deck building is something really interesting. And to ask ourselves, why is it surprising? I think just means that maybe we aren't being more open to more like I don't know, interesting like deck choices. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I like to try to explore. I like to explore I don't want to say jank, but like the clear combo synergies I think sometimes people overlook because they try it once or they think it's like, I've been on this Phosphocell tear for the past couple weeks. I've been meaning to edit a video for like literally 2 weeks now on Phosphocell. Um, where I sent you that deck list. I think you still have it in your DMs not too
I
far.
do actually, yeah.
That if you want to pull up that deck quick, like that deck is really, really interesting because it plays like kind of OG Thunder Nexus at like its core, with a little bit of like, now obviously Lavalith is limited now. But it creates this really interesting kind of aggressive, I don't want to say like Blazers OTK style thing, because it's not an OTK deck. It's a deck that could OTK under some circumstances, but it creates this aggressive Thunder package that I think people kind of didn't explore because they're used to the Thunder more mid-range control stuff. It's like, I used to say Thunder Nexus is like Jund in like modern Jund in Magic, where it's just kind of all like the good stuff, removal, draw, etc. So I think people aren't exploring what else Thunder can do, and this is a deck that I've been really enjoying because it explores something different that Thunder's doing, and I've been really enjoying this deck list. Like, it's got some really fun, janky, interesting combos to it.
It looks like it's utilizing a lot more of the tools that we were given inside of set 3 for Thunder 2, which is again kind of going back to the point of like when Sparkle was banned, everyone's like, let's go Larvacell, right? And it's like Larvacell is the probably right conclusion because it's a Nexus, but it's not really meant for that type of gameplay, that kind of straightforward gameplay that Sparked was allowing for a while, right?
Yeah, and like this deck has like the really interesting aggressive synergies where like every NSL and like basically Rise from the Ashes here is like, obviously we know Rise from is not the greatest card in the world, but with like Arcolith, those synergies there that I've been getting a little bit pilled on by like some of the caster corner guys. But like dangerous. Arcolith into Rise from into like another Arcolith, or getting like an Anacell out, doing some shenanigans. Use Anacell, get Phosphocell, recover a bunch of spirits, play Rise from off the Phosphocell to get Anacell back again, to get second Phosphocell out, blow up back row. Now I've got 2 8 attack beaters on board. And I blew up potentially 2 back row. It's a really interesting strategy that this deck has. Like, I don't know. It's just, this deck's super fun. I need to refine it more. But it's just part of, I think, that exploration that people can really like look into deeper, because maybe there's still something there. I still think there's stuff there. And I think I understand when you go to a competitive event, you want to go with tested, what's well known. But sometimes I think because the community is smaller, but we have such loud voices, people will just take the safe options.
No, that's very true. I mean, it's like the tested, tried and true. APK, by the way, our fellow Imperawatt in chat.
Of course.
You know what's funny? That joke is for like 10 people total, and it always gets me. It's so funny. Yeah, no, I think it's interesting because, like, again, the Uncolith stuff, and I made this like big joke about the Uncolith thing, but Arcolith is such a cool design space for something like Thunder in that same way, and it's like the idea that you're using the spirits that you gain back from Arcolith to slam power cards like Nog and like Rise and Thunderstorm even, which underrated card, by the way. I think that Thunderstorm's awesome. And it's like that kind of strategy I think is really cool. And I think up until recently, and partially I'll blame Fives, I just think that we haven't really seen a lot of flexibility be able to be expressed because of how over centralizing removal is. I mean, what are your thoughts on the removal meta stuff? I mean, I know you're kind of you maybe have been distant from it too because of the staff stuff, but like how have you been viewing that?
Well, I mean, I think I'll talk about to kind of make a point about decks existing. And I think some people get the wrong idea when they hear like, oh, just like Fives in like Yu-Gi-Oh terms, a lot of people referring it to like Gemini Elf Beatdown. People go, oh, of course they're going through a Gemini Beatdown phase. But like zoo decks as a concept, I think are like good in games in general. I don't see why a zoo deck shouldn't exist. The problem just comes down to, is the zoo deck too good? And that I really don't know the answer to. Maybe we'll never really know the answer to. Maybe, the card restrictions were too early. It's who knows at this point. Like, people can come back maybe to the format in the future and explore it more. But I do like the idea that a zoo deck exists. I like the idea that the little guy stall exists, even though it's a deck that people hate to play against. There are the people that will enjoy playing it. So you don't necessarily want to take tools away and decks away from people that are enjoying playing those things. I think even something with the FTK, if the FTK was bad, like the people that like to play the FTK, because that FTK was crazy complex to actually pull off. Like, even if you know the deck, like actually navigating it is difficult and super enjoyable and fun. It's a super fun deck to play. Although the FTK is unfortunately extremely detrimental to the actual health of the game, those kind of decks that you might not like playing against are potentially extremely fun to play with. So that's kind of my hot take on like the existence of those decks. Now, how they're impacted and how impactful they are and how people feel about them. I know I got away from the question a little bit. If you want to just kind of refresh me.
Oh no, it's mainly the like, what's your take on the like removal meta? It does relate back to fives, and kind of like you were saying earlier, where it's like it's a zoo deck. Fives is a pretty good equivalent of a zoo deck if you really think about it too. Which is that like there should always be a deck like zoo in theory, right? For sorts of deck building, it's just cheap, it's spirit efficient, and the advantages of that, I think, in this game are pretty big right now. In my opinion, the stuff with the removal just meant that fives could be faster than some of the other decks, just because of how powerful the removal is. But the main I guess question or the idea is that like for the limits, we'll say that these ones here, like, does that change a whole lot with this kind of concept, or do you think like the zoo deck still kind of exists as it did, maybe to just different form?
That I don't know. Too like I really don't know the answer to that, and I don't think anyone really does.
Jayak right now knows. I know he's cooking. He's right there.
Like, I feel like let's say we go and ask Josh. Josh will probably say, "Oh, I've already figured out a new version of fives." It's like, yeah, you probably did, but does that mean people have adapted to maybe more aggressive ascension strategies that now five is no longer good against because they know that their opponent's less likely to play the earthquake, the royal that punish those? I don't know. It's I think kind of circling back to our conversation of like kind of game plan decks and explorations of decks. Do those game plan and exploration decks now, maybe they were already good and people just weren't playing them because they were risk averse? Or maybe now they have more space to shine in general? I don't know. I think there's a middle ground there where I think now that people might be a little bit more or a little less risk averse because they know that they're less likely to get blown out. Makes them explore ascensions and stuff like that more. But there's also a side where maybe those things were like actually just terrible, like even with the removal, like even if there was no removal, right? The game was obviously built around from base set the background removal packages existing. I think base set had the benefit of an extremely long and extremely public playtest cycle that I think helped make that format, although it only had 3 major elements represented in the top decks between wind, earth, and thunder. Water and even fire to some extent with Krakatuga were still represented enough. In my personal ideal world, I would like to see at least one deck in each element be at least meta contender, but that is just a perfect world and obviously not always going to be the case, right? So
yeah,
I just hope that people at least come up with diverse metas. And I think that if we were to stay in the Daybreak meta for like another 2 years, I don't think that necessarily Zoo would always be the answer because there's the adjustments that people make We see Rhino Sect again popping up a little bit. Some like even Wayland showed up, and everyone's like dismissive of Wayland. So I don't know.
No, Wayland's was a good choice. Like, it doesn't lose to Eddie. I know that deck was also running Chains, and
it's like Imperial Week 1 of the Elestriad.
It's true. Oh,
it's just the perfect card, right?
It just works. No, but that's true. Like, it's funny because like maybe there's a world where the game plan decks are still bad, and that's a different conversation. Like, I talked to Siberian and yapped to Siberian about, like, I think Rock and Hard Place is a great example of giving an element, like a native element, a removal that it can use, right? Actually, Aspira brought up a good point earlier, which is that, like, seeing things like Tsunami is better overall, right, than like maybe the generic like Resting or maybe like an Earthquake on some level. I didn't find the exact comment. It's like removal should be tied to deck building. Constraints with how free build the game is, more like Tsunami and Cryoblast, right? Where it's maybe there's more balance.
Yeah, because it leads to players having more agency, I think, to make the higher level decisions, to feel like their kind of plays are being more impactful. To play devil's advocate, I know there's also the argument that people go, well, if my opponent plays around Tsunami because they don't care about it, then that just means that the card's terrible or the card's blah, blah, blah. Like, Nekruff's a water card, let's be real. And now, at this point, Nekruff is probably a frost card. But I think that's also... I'm not going to talk about Sorlet here because I think Sorlet holds another special case. But, like, specifically with Nekruff, the fact that something like Nekruff, which is a 5/1... that, like, yeah, there's benefit to casting it correctly. The fact that there's a card that people immediately go, hey, but if I just cast that Mischanted to counter my opponent, I think that's really, really clever and interesting. And I'd like to see more of that in a fun and interesting way where it's like, hey, I could say play around Tsunami here, or maybe I play around Cryoblast here, and having that agency to make those decisions. Especially going to game 2 and game 3 scenarios where you've had a chance to see more of what your opponent's trying to do with their deck, see what their spirit decks are, is really cool and interesting to me. But to a lot of people, they say, but then I'm not playing my Nekruff. I'm not playing Nekruff at that point. I'm just playing a 5/1 attacker that doesn't have this Nekruff ability. So there's two sides to that argument.
I can see... So I'll be a little more harsh. I personally can't see the other argument for, like, I'm not playing Elestrals correctly with my Fire Enchanted Puppy, right? I think that Sorlet is maybe, and this is my hot take, Sorlet might be overtuned in the direction that its effect is more beneficial when you're playing it with Wind, and yeah, you do lose to Cryoblast and Tsunami, but it has an extra step that Nekruff doesn't really have, because the burn effect is nice, but it's more like a cherry on top. I think the true beauty of Nekruff is that you can search it off Small Tuga, which you have to properly enchant to get the full value. And then now you have the choice as the player to, like, okay, what do I play around? And is there shield back there? Is it tip? Like, what like, instead of the rest, it could even be Lunar to play around Dense Fog. I don't even know if that really works that way, right? But it won't be suppressed.
Not
maybe it's like,
but maybe down the line, like, I mean, if you get a way to put a Lunar on a Sorlet to get around Dense Fog, right? Like,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
You go Gloombat Ascendant is Sorlet. We're cooking, right?
Oh God, yeah. But I think that's a great point where it's like the counterplay should also be more on the have an indirect answer, right? There's a little more creativity to how you're actually playing and can have a little bit of player expression there, and that should go all the way down from the deck building to the actual moment-to-moment gameplay, too, right? And I think that, honestly, with a lot of these limits that we've gotten so far, too, that's kind of what we might see. My prediction for it is that because, like, you're right, like, the fear aspect, like, bringing it back to that, people might just try wacky stuff because they're like, well, if I get Laurels, I get Laurels. And some people might say that the Saki portion is whatever, but I don't know. I think playing card games, that just happens. But, like, Wind, for example, is a real deck. Now you can play again because there's less fear of the Lavalith and the resting on your Laurels. Like Chronodile is very real now, and there's like those game plan decks that otherwise might only see fringe play. Yeah, maybe people will experiment, push those to the limits.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is going to go on a slightly different tangent here from what I'm about to say, but I think what's going to really help that exploration a ton is Clash.
Oh, true. I'm so excited
once
for Clash,
people have the ability to have this lower bar of entry to just say, let me try the wacky thing and see what happens and build upon it, iterate it on a method that's kind of at a faster pace than just, all right, let me order some new cards. Let me try and find cards since Elestrals doesn't have a proper marketplace. Like, once people get the ability to just sit down at their computer and just play some games of the decks that they're trying out, we'll probably see a whole lot more weird and wacky decks. At also the risk of all of a sudden now all those let's say there's a tier 0 deck hidden in Frostfall or hidden in base set that we never found. That's the oh no point, is with how much more options people have to test and play things that people will enjoy using, or hopefully enjoy using. Could also bleed into some more problems, like maybe there's another FTKA deck out there that no one's discovered yet, because the one that just got banned was, again, really complicated and highbrow. Like, the concept is super easy to figure out, but actually the execution's the hard part of learning. And so maybe there's, I don't know. But I think overall Clash will help people kind of get into deck building and experimenting more with their decks, because right now it feels like, I know people are in their bubbles, testing in their bubbles. Bubbles are not great environments for testing. They really aren't. Like, there's tons of people who go, well, in our testing environment, these decks were crazy.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden they're not, right?
Yep. It's a small tangent on that one. So this past tournament for the app tournament, so we were like, so Jayak effectively threw this giant wrench with 5s again, right? Everyone's like we're like, okay, 5s is real. This removal meta is real. How can we combat? And so the heal stall deck that Josh and a few others, Chloe as well, if Chloe's still here, brought that into the most recent app tournament. And it's funny because then at that point the heal deck came up and every single person was like, okay, well, how does this match up against heal? And it's like, I don't think you have to worry about heal unless you're specifically playing 2 people in this little testing circle. And it's so funny.
You know, another thing with the bubble metas, like George is going bubble metas, like the bubble metas turn into kind of, again, going all the way back to our earlier conversation, it turns into the, like, are you playing to target a deck, or are you playing to target what you're going to play against in an entire event, right? Because you could make a deck that wins against the heal deck 100% of the time, let's say, and it could be the worst deck in existence, but it does beat the best deck. That's not the deck that you want to play. Generally, like, in my opinion, I would like to play the deck that has the okay matchup against the most decks, or against the most common decks, not the deck that has the best matchup against the best deck. And sometimes those bubble metas just turn into rotating rock, paper, scissors games, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what we experienced too. And yeah, to your point on the Clash stuff, it's like, you know, Master Duel is really funny because to me, like, a digital simulator like Clash it is something that you can, in theory, you know, you can grind out games and you can get a lot of reps in. You know, like, I think that once you see enough board positions, like, well, because tie back a little bit to like chess. Like, a lot of chess and a lot of like chess mastery is really just about memorizing board positions and openers and where everything goes, right? Like, you're seeing the lines, right? And I think what's interesting about a game like Elestrals, especially at its current speed, is that, let's say Clash comes out and your average player gets in about, you know, 50 games, like, in a week per se, which is still a lot. Averaging maybe about like 5 games a day if they're able to get through maybe some quality ones, some quick ones, etc. I think that player ultimately will be able to have a much more well-rounded idea of a meta or a current card pool than someone that's like, okay, I'm going to test against my 5 people who we all are so smart we know everyone, right? And maybe that's also, like, again, that's like a give and take. Depends on the personality, depends on the person thing. But I do agree that with the advent of Clash on the way, there's a realistic possibility that we will just see decks that we're just like, wow, I never thought of that. And that's like a really cool idea.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say decks we haven't thought about, but I think the refinement and the creativeness of, like, the tech pieces and stuff like that people will put into to try to mess with and tinker with, I think would be more interesting to see, and just kind of allow people, again, the leniency to test those weird ideas in a competitive, quote unquote, environment. if they can play a ranked ladder on Clash without the monetary of like, oh no, I just spent money on these cards, even though Elestrals is pretty affordable. It's an accessibility thing that I think will allow a lot of people to just go, hey, let me just try, I don't know, Chronodial Reanimator, Farrageist sub package, and all these weird, stupid things that on paper, like, it looks terrible, but hey, maybe there's a ratio in there that makes it a tier 2 contender kind of thing. And then all of a sudden it's tier 2 contender. Now people have to be aware of it and kind of adjust the rest of their styles to be like, okay, I have to be able to answer these things. I just, again, like going back to my deck building mentality is I don't like to build decks that have zero answers to an overall meta, and those answers could be in the main deck, but I'd like to be able to be reasonably accessible to disrupt anything I'm going to go up against, as opposed to just kind of, well, they played Farrageist and I have no hard removal in my deck, I guess I concede here. Which is something that in my Farrageist, I think it was my Farrageist video, it was actually my Bear Bog video, the video following that. I played a best of 3 against someone who sent me the deck list after we finished the best of 3, and I'm just looking at the deck list like, you have no outs to something with 7 defense in your deck except playing your own Farrageist. And even then, if I play Bag of Winds against your Farrageist, you have a way to pump your Farrageist. So I played Barabog with Bag of Winds on like turn 2 or 3 and just sat on it and won a game. And I just think that's a bad deck building decision. Like that's not something that you should like. And then going back to the Mystic Mind conversations, like the Magic player in me says, how does a card like this not have answers that are consistent enough? Now I understand, as now that I've played a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh, the onus of actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh is much more on the extra deck and special summoning and stuff like that. So those tools that the Magic player would put in their side deck to prepare for matchups are no longer in their side deck, they're in their extra deck. So you have those options, but then all of a sudden your extra deck is exclusively monsters. So Mystic Mind is problematic there. I get that now. But I still think there's room for Yu-Gi-Oh players in general to make more interesting side decks, especially if Yu-Gi-Oh continues on the current like 1.5 card starter situation. There'll be more space to put like that weird Cyclonic Rift or whatever the quote unquote better MST is, like stuff like that into main deck for options, or even side them in for options as opposed to just siding in all your go second board breakers, because that's not always going to be useful. Sometimes the targeted stuff. Cosmic Cyclone, thank you. Yeah, like, because right now, again, getting into Yu-Gi-Oh, I play Master Duel, so it's all best of 1, but when I'm looking at like TCG lists and I'm looking at the side deck, it's like, all right, they have like a couple of triple tacks in there, like a lightning storm or whatever, like evenly matched in there. It's like, oh, it's just a pile of going second cards. Like, that's not a side deck. That's like just I went second today kind of thing. That doesn't feel like a side deck to me. That just feels like a different, like, it's a go second thing, right? It's just,
yeah,
I don't know, that weird mod. And I think there's space now with the 1 card combo stuff and the much more compacted engines, that maybe there is room now for Yu-Gi-Oh to have more side deckable cards. I know people are going to shoot me, but I think Bull Charmy is interesting as like that kind of side deck go second card. That's kind of perhaps in it, like, I know it's a go second card, but it's something that enables you to find more interaction throughout your opponent's combo, which is why I kind of like that card without it being as oppressive as, say, Max C. That's my hot take there, but like, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think there's like it's really funny because it's going, like, honestly tying it back to like the Drataya stuff. Like, Max C and a lot of these cards are kind of guns, and everything's kind of a bullet also inside of Master Duel. Like, it's so interesting because in theory, I think you're right, which is that like decks inside of Yu-Gi-Oh should have enough tools at their disposal to maybe build in a certain way. But oftentimes the design space of Yu-Gi-Oh is so over-centralized on game plans that you just want to be able to do like a hyper consistent going first or going second strategy depending on your deck. And then typically your tools are built around that. So it's kind of like the archetype building, right? It's effectively just archetype building. But the unfortunate part is, and I relate this back to like Smash 4 versus like Melee and something, where it's like inside of Smash 4, inside of Smash Ultimate, certain characters are just worse because their kit is worse. They have worse moves, worse frame data, and it's just nothing you can do about it, right? Versus in something like a Melee, there's generic options and like movement like options that allow you to still gain an upper hand and have some sort of strategic advantage over your opponent. And I think that's currently right now like a good middle ground that Elestrals is kind of going off of, where it's like the options that you have, like because you're also building for typically a wide range of decks, allows you to think about how you're playing a little more carefully versus like, oh, I'm just always going to be doing, like you said, going first or going second. I'm always going to be teching in triple tack or a lightning storm because it's just good to do going second, right? And there's a little more thought to it, I think, with the other way around, which is that you're like, okay, well, I want to build this deck, still accomplish its goal, and maybe still have a good matchup into X, Y, and Z, right? And that's like the hope there, I think, for your deck builders overall.
Yeah, like I like people to have, when they're thinking about what am I doing to like counter my opponent specifically, like their deck that I saw in game one, I would hope that their options go, okay, they're playing a Divine deck, maybe I put P-Box to stop their Elechick, or hey, they're playing an artifact, or let's say they're playing Rhinosect. Okay, let me play Guardian of the Fleece because I'm in Solar or something, right? And all of a sudden they're going to play Rhinosect. Sure, I'll blow up your Rhinosect, like negate blow up. Like, you know, there's those weird, interesting kind of side tech options that I think are something that I'd like people to explore. And I hope that we have the options where, obviously in base set, what was everyone's side deck? It was 3P box. Their remaining copy of PTA,
yep,
like some random tech spirits for tsunamis, and like a random couple of Nogs because they're like, well, I don't know what else to put here.
Yeah.
But I think with Daybreak now, like you look at how diverse of support of decks there are in Daybreak, not to say that they're all good, but there's also a diverse tool set that you can put in side decks now between Poison Nectar, Guardian of the Fleece against like the Rhinosect stuff, if those consistently like comes a contender, and you're in Solar, like if you're in Solar Nexus and you're going up against like Rhinosect decks, I think you can put 2 Guardians of Fleece in deck because you're already probably running a couple of Cypermels and Golden Fleeces anyway, so it just kind of adds to that, with also getting the option to now pop Rhinosect if they try to do that. So it's like those cool, interesting tech options that I hope kind of keep coming out or keep people on their toes to just be like, hey, well, now I have this option. Or, hey, my opponent's playing Cryoblast and I'm playing an aggressive like beatdown deck with like all these 2 defense things. Let me just drop some Frost Spirits into my side deck so I can say, so when they don't side out a Cryoblast, I can punish them not siding Cryoblast and make those unique and interesting decisions, as opposed to, again, just, all right, let me generically take out these cards to add generically these cards. That's not a side deck. That's just deck 2.0.
Right. That's actually, you know, it's so funny. Like there's really 2 big things to unpack with that. Like Jayak inside of, so again, the 5s is as much as people want to talk about it. Jayak's list of 5s, I think, is actually pretty perfect for that reason, is that he actually like has deck considerations in the side deck where it's like the cards that are sided out from the main deck are cards that lose to Dense Fog. And so the idea is that you're kind of baiting your opponent to side into Dense Fog and to side into like cards that would beat Galaxy and Mustation. But instead now you just go in for the straight 5 stat with some maybe extra removal, the 3rd Lavalith, etc. And there's like actual consideration there. And it's a really cool idea. I think too that like the advent of something like Divine Blessing, it's like you brought up a point that I kind of talked about with the other knots. Again, the videos come out tomorrow about some of the ban list stuff, but it's like the idea that now Divine Blessing is safer because resting in Lavalith are just less common, gives like players a tool that they can use and they feel like they can use it. Whereas before, I think they definitely could use it still, and it was still a very powerful card in its own way, but just less likely to happen because, again, the fear of Lavalith and Laurels was so present.
Yeah.
So, like, giving the players that extra tool back still feels good, regardless if Divine Blessing will see play, right? It just means that there's an option that you're giving your player to think about, which is cool.
Yeah, and Divine Blessing is like, that's a card where I think it's another really powerful side deck card. I don't necessarily know if you there's a few decks that maybe want to main it. Like, again, like, even though it's not a great deck, my Farragus Reanimator deck will main that deck because my normal cast is there for fodder to get my Reanimator strategy going. So I have the extra spirit on board, right? Nexus decks might want to run Divine Blessing in the main deck because meta calls say they're going to run a bunch of these other cards. But Divine Blessing is also a really powerful counter tool against something like the Lockagon, Rise from the Depths stuff that people are tinkering with, right? Because all of a sudden, if they go Atlantis, Rise from the Depths, and you go, well, I'll lose my Necruff, so you can't Rise from the Depths, so now you can't ascend to Lockagon. I shut down your turn here. It's a pretty like even trade, and there's just like, I think those tools are really interesting, and I do really like that people consider those options, tinker with them, mess with them. Like, I think the best side deck cards are the cards that silver bullet something, so that if you're bad against that something, you can silver bullet it while still providing possible use cases outside of what you're trying to silver bullet. So again, like, if you're silver bulleting the Lockagon, Rise from the Depth stuff, but you still have access to maybe Hidden Ambrosia with it in an opportune time, that's good. That's what a side deck card should be, and I like that kind of design space.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like they call it like an aha moment, where it's like you're giving your player. I guess I'm stealing this from maybe Ego Raptor. Shout outs to like Bone Check real quick. Check everyone's backs, if they're in your 30s plus. But it's like, there's a moment where you're playing a game and you just get it, like something clicks, and it's that kind of like you said, like the silver bullet side. Like, those are kind of there for a purpose to kind of reward your player again for that risk reward factor for making that decision. And when it does pay off, it's supposed to feel very satisfying, right? So that definitely has like an area, and it definitely has a purpose in the design space to make your opponent or make your player feel like a genius, like they figured out something. And it's like, that's like a really cool thing, right? And I think for upon like reflection of like these limits, it's like, it's kind of an interesting way to say, hey, we're opening up the floodgates a little bit to allow certain cards and certain game plans to be thought about and experimented with, just so more players can maybe feel better about some of the cards or some of decks that didn't feel as good before. Giving them more aha moments to make them feel like they're actually doing something worth it. If that makes sense.
No, there's definitely that moment where you go, like, hey, I did all these cool things only to get earthquaked or to get roiled or to get just even shielded. Like, I've seen people learning the game go, oh, sweet, I got my Voltempest out. I attack. Shield doesn't target? What? Like,
yeah.
So allowing kind of, I think, some of those moments to shine through a little bit more so that the people who take those deck building risks and again, feel the payoff might help kind of adjust player sentiments on certain decks and maybe adjust how the meta gets played a little bit more. But we'll have to see where those decks actually end up. Like, it's a who knows right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that again, it's so cool because I think at the advent of Daybreak, I would say that the meta was wide open, right? It was like, we don't know what's going to be good. I think no one really had like super proper testing. And that first tournament, I think, was very telling of like where everyone's headspace was at. And it's funny because, and Aspera kind of brings up the point of like the limits and like where Dan and the Elestrals teams like headspace is at.
I was just about to pull that up once you were done talking too. It's a really good point.
It kind of like relates to where it's like, I think addressing those things so fast and so openly is such a good indicator. But yeah, I know Aspera brings up too, it's like resonates with the players, and I really hope that's true. Yeah, Aspera's comment is, the biggest thing with these limits is that they're an indicator of the philosophical way that Dan and the Elestrals team want the game to be played. And it's kind of, and this kind of hit is hoping to open that up, right? Kind of like open those floodgates, right?
Yeah.
That's a
And
really
you
good
want to
comment.
hear? I have a really quick hot take because I see the word balance.
Oh, yeah,
My
yeah.
hot take is I don't think a card game needs to necessarily be balanced. It just needs to be fun, which usually incorporates, a balanced thing. But if there's a Disneyland or Magic Christmas Land where yeah, like there's this one or two decks that's extremely like oppressive, but man, everyone who plays against it or with it feels like they're having the best time of their life. I think there's a world of concession there to just say, okay, maybe you let it ride out a little, kind of push things around. I think a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players had this going
Fiendsmith.
from tier format into Fiendsmith,
Yup.
where the little bit of tier that I've played against in Master Duel, tier is really interesting.
Yeah.
Like, it's really cool to see that deck kind of play. It's not like this crazy oppressive I do nothing anymore deck, but it's this consistent kind of almost toolboxy strategy of like tag-ins that it's really cool to watch, and it's really fun to play against once you know how the deck operates. And I thought that was really cool. And then now I'm watching all the Fiendsmith stuff, and it's like, okay, they always do the same thing to end on the same thing, and my interaction points are null and void because they'll go into some other weird tangent. I'm not looking forward to when that drops on Master Duel because I've been having a ton of fun with Voiceless Voice stuff where it's like, I like the fact that Voiceless Voice is this compact enough engine that has in engine some like hand traps like Sarvis, and I have space to have Ash and Ghost Spell and stuff like that. And it creates like these cool like I know the deck well enough now, like again I just hit master with it where it's like, all right, I can have these really amazing games against these decks where it's like, cool, I'm hitting that card, they hit that card, I'm hitting that card. Okay, so I now have to wait to hit this card. And learning that was super fun. And when I have a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh, like it hits. It really hits, and I really like the good games of Yu-Gi-Oh. But the non-games of Yu-Gi-Oh are some of the worst experiences of my life.
No, absolutely. Actually, Jay brings up a good point too about like the tier portion, and it's so funny you bring up tier because like tier is the best like litmus test for people who are like what is wrong with the tier format. And I think a lot of people in retrospect now is like, wow, tier was so cool because it allowed for a lot of like great player expression, a lot of different like decision points that actually mattered. And it's so interesting they bring up Fiendsmith too, because in my opinion, I think right now and a previous meta before the most recent ban list for Yu-Gi-Oh was that like Fiendsmith was kind of the only deck that was even doing like Yu-Gi-Oh stuff at the very least. And like other decks like Tenpai and there's a few other like shifter decks or stun strategies that were kind of trying to
I haven't
prevent.
even looked at the Tenpai stuff, but I've heard
Tenpai is it's like it's a direct response to like the mechanics of Yu-Gi-Oh, and so in theory it should be cool because it's like trying to be anti-meta, right? Like it's most basic. But I think that you're right in saying that like Yu-Gi-Oh is at its best when you get those aha moments, when you start picking apart the puzzle pieces and you start to be like, okay, how does this all click together without it being overly oppressive? Toss format, I think, was, for me at least, very similar, where it's like I could play Salamangreat or Sky Striker or Orcus or Thunder Dragon, and there were some clear outliers into some really strong cards. But
I know some of these words.
True. But like some of the benefit of it was like figuring out how all the pieces fit together, and like how can you use the pieces that you have to then also beat your opponent's pieces. And it's like this nice back and forth that was super cool. Voiceless Voice is definitely one of those, right? Voiceless Voice has a ton of great cards and a ton of great like interaction points, but sometimes just loses to random floodgates. And it's so interesting. Yep. Like it's weird. But you're right, like it has a lot of those aha moments.
Yeah, and I want to point out, like with Giant Skyhawks, like the trade-off is that if you don't like a deck like Tier, you're effectively shut out from playing the game while it's good. And well, yes, I agree with that to some extent. There's a point where it's like if there was more kind of decks that functioned like Tier but played separately from Tier, where they kind of were both decks that kind of could both do their thing simultaneously, so that you're having the back and forths. Obviously, that's like an impossible ask of a game designer to really try to function and finagle with. That's like, that's nearly impossible to really kind of solve. But it would be like an ideal world where you have these really fun and interesting dynamic decks that could play simultaneously without creating these hard cutoff points or just be impossible to interact with. And it's wild that like I'm looking at something like tier where I can understand where like I can hit the deck to slow it down. It doesn't always get slowed down if I get a little lucky, but I can interact with it and feel like I've made an impact. And now I'm looking at the current Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, and it's like, well, I can play well, slow them down to make an impact, but I'm not actually impacting them because their end board is the same stupid thing, because all they're trying to do is go from one engine to the next engine, where they can either end on engine 1 with a really powerful board or end on engine 2 with a slightly different but same powerful board because you interrupted them in a different point. And it's like, it's a weird design space to be in. For designers, for sure. Nothing there to be said about Konami's quote-unquote money grab set design.
God.
I know that's the conspiracy theory. I don't always think that's the case. I think
It's
there's also the case to be made that, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very complex game, and it's very difficult to design for a format that has 20-something thousand cards in it.
Yeah, but I will say
even Magic has made those kind of mistakes. You know, they made Nadu. I don't know if you heard about the Nadu situation. Nadu was so gas.
Oh God, I did. I actually talked to some people recently about that, and that's also very unfortunate. Like that kind of I think you hit the nail on the head where it's like if every single like deck could do something like tier, I think that'd be sweet, right? And my opinion, like as like a slight counterpoint, is like I just think that what if we could give everyone the experience of tier with tier? Like this is like gonna get into like the price ideal, but like you said with Clash, like sometimes the price for Yu-Gi-Oh is so prohibitive that people aren't able to like actually see the sauce, so they're actually just forced based off of just, you know, artificial factors to not to get too too crazy with it, but like to play certain decks and to make concessions that like in an ideal world they would never have to make. Fighting games are a great example where it's like, let's say you're playing Street Fighter and you have Ken, you have Ryu, all this stuff, right? And it's like, if you're equating it to Yu-Gi-Oh terms, or even maybe even in some cases other card games where price is your gatekeeper, you have to pay for certain moves or certain buttons that other players just have. They can afford to play a Ryu or a Ken with a Hadouken. And let's say Hadouken's the best move in the game and you just can't buy it. That's crazy.
Yeah, and actually on this fighting game thing, I forever ago used to play Marvel vs. Capcom a ton.
That makes so much sense.
And so I played some Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and it's like when they released like Shura Garath, like that guy was terrible. It didn't matter if he didn't have him. But then the DLC character after them, who was it? Was actually really powerful, and all of a sudden it's like, well, I am a high schooler with no money. I can't play that character, so I guess I'll just stick with what I have.
Right.
And then they released Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'm like, oh Lord, I'm saved. But like, yeah, the cost barriers suck, especially for the younger like audience of those games. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh was originally designed for like 13-year-olds to play, and it's like it's now to a point where there's no 13-year-old in the world that $1,000 deck.
Yeah, well,
you know, and that
costs like a month of rent, and it's like, what's going on, you know?
And like, and this is like a thing for like every like card game that's been around, except maybe like Pokemon. I'm not going to put Pokemon in here because I think Pokemon's a unique situation because they don't have older formats, but people like to riff on Yu-Gi-Oh for the expensive deck prices. You go into anything past Pioneer and Magic, the prices are just as bad. Like a modern Magic deck is also in like the $1,000 range. There are meta decks in Modern that cost $2,000.
Yep.
It's I will say the Modern meta for Magic is in a healthier place than I feel that Yu-Gi-Oh is right now.
Everything's better.
So
than
it's nice that there's more options, but at the same time, it's like those cost prohibitiveness. Like you can't even play Legacy in Magic unless you own a house and you can mortgage your house to buy your deck.
Right.
Like,
no, absolutely.
It's so unfortunate that people are costed out of really enjoyable, interesting things, somewhat arbitrarily. Like even if I want to go play Legacy on Magic Online client, a Legacy deck on Magic Online is still like $300, and those are digital cards. Like if that client goes down, yeah, Legacy is generally a non-format, but maybe is it a non-format because people just can't play it?
Yeah.
So there's not enough support there, like.
Well, and that's like the thing with Master Duel specifically that I like about Master Duel is the gem economy is at least somewhat more generous in the form that, like, I don't know, if you do the events and maybe you can save up for most decks and cards that you need. It's probably the most like generous in terms of gem economy that I've seen from any of the games. Like Hearthstone has a pretty good one too, but they have a better crafting system than Yu-Gi-Oh. But it's like
I know people constantly say that Master Duel has a really good economy. I proposed, so I think Master Duel is very good early for the economy. You generally get enough that you can build a deck or two, especially since a lot of the staples are similar across decks.
Yeah.
However, you get to a point in Master Duel, at least I'm feeling right now, where it's like, okay, cool, I played this deck a bunch. Maybe or maybe not, I don't like it. Let me go into another deck, but I just spent, let's say, 20k gems on this couple of decks because I needed all these URs, and now I want to go play this other deck. Am I going to now basically dust my whole deck that I enjoyed playing? I just want to try something new, or now am I going to grind out another like 18k gems to try? Like Voiceless Voice took me like 18 or so to build, and it's a deck that I really like, but now because I spent so much of my gems on that and a bunch of crafts on it, I can't explore other decks. So I wanted to play something new the other day, and I go, well, I got 3,000 gems and I just finished the current event, the level 20 event thing.
Oh, the Duelist Cup. Yeah,
so it's like I've got all those gems. It's like, well, now how am I getting gems to build a deck? So it's like, well, I want to play something new. I have all these decks that I don't feel like playing right now because I've been there. So I it's like, okay, well, let me look at the structure decks. All right, I guess I'll try Dragon Maid. Okay, cool, I can put some of the Bestial stuff in there. This deck's fine. It's a fun deck. I'm enjoying it right now, but it's like I would have liked to go and try something completely different, but I feel like it's still limiting after that first kind of influx of like, here's your 3 decks. I hope you like playing these 3 decks for like 2 months now until you get enough to build the next UR deck, you know?
Yeah, and that's very fair.
That's across the board with, like, same thing with Magic Arena. You get into Magic Arena, it's pretty easy to. I'm not a Dragon Maid player, JT Kaz. I'm only playing Dragon Maid because it's the only structure deck that seemed interesting to me.
I think you'd like ninjas. I think ninjas would be up your alley.
Ninjas is fun. I love ninjas. I did play ninjas. I love Yu-Gi-Oh's themes there, but going to like Magic Arena, when you first start Magic Arena, your first like couple weeks of playing Magic Arena, you get a ton to build pretty competent decks pretty easily, and then you hit that wall. Master Duel, you hit that wall. I tried to play Pokemon TCG Live. I don't know how people play that game free to play without buying a bunch of code cards to scan. Like, it's just frustrating. It sucks that that's the accessibility problem, is either too much time invested, which they wall you off at a certain point, say, okay, you've earned enough, or you need the money. And I understand they need to make money, but
yeah, no, that's definitely
it's
true.
just frustrating.
It's funny because, like, I think in Master Duel, and this is maybe just because I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for years, I know what to stay away from and what to just dust. But I think that to your end about like playing different decks and wanting to be a little more like experimental, it's definitely harder to do that in Master Duel like consistently over time, unless you're like you rightly said, it's like 2 months or 3 months until you've stocked up like, you know, another 10k gems. And it's like Master Duel is the perfect deck builder for people who hate to build decks in Yu-Gi-Oh, because it's like you just are consistently like, oh, I get to build my one deck, I'll grind that deck for 2 months, and then I'll build one other deck, and then over time you're just like you've now created your little library. But you're right, like that's also something that's really funny. Oh, Siberian's here. Hello, Siberian. Rocks in Glass House, of course, but it's really late for you guys. Absolutely. We were talking about the new ban list for Elestrals, and I had to get
all the tangents.
Of
all
course.
The tangents.
But it's all kind of related too. What I've kind of learned tonight, and hopefully the chat's learning this too, is that like, you know, the design decisions behind some of these other games that we've talked about, or like deck building theory in general, all kind of relate back to the card limits and how that impacts players and like decks in the future and that kind of thing.
I will say, Aspira, I do agree with you there from the standpoint of I hope Dan has plans to pay for it. Because I do think I understand the need for paying for packs 1000%. I think Elestrals has the uniqueness right now of decks generally are pretty accessible by just picking up packs and starter decks, etc. So I think Elestrals probably could have gotten away with the model as long as the model continues a lot safer than some other things. But Dan will do what Dan will do, and we'll see if it holds up.
I definitely think that as far as this is mainly more of a business projection, if you will, from my own opinion here about Elestrals Clash. The idea of it being cosmetic only is great, obviously for accessibility. However, I think that it will probably start to see that a little more and more there's like compromises. There's like, hey, alternate artworks or like exclusive timed offers for FOMO. Those things are kind of natural conclusions when you're coming to these types of games, right? And I think that some players and some people will just wail, right? People will just like wail for their favorite cards and their favorite rarities.
They'll just put every Stellar up on the shop for $1,000 each. And those
True.
4 people will fund the entire server system.
Oh my god, that's true. Well, and that also will all be like a cost benefit analysis after the server cost and all these things. I know the Pixelborn people are involved ? So it's like I'm sure there'll be a consulting issue there. And that I'm curious about that as well. I'm way more curious to play Clash than to worry about the monetization right now, as far as like a player brain. But obviously, from the business angle, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Because the maintenance and upkeep on that alone will be crazy. And
yeah, we'll have Swole Skin cards. There we go.
Oh, true. Oh my god. You see, we can't get that much power because then every single Lestronaut will want one. All the Caster's Corner will want one. We need a Wirtz one, unfortunately. Like every notable community person will have one eventually.
I'm coming to Elestriat Season 3. I'm coming for it.
True. Oh god, it's like, yeah. Instead of the Wirtz card, you're like, hey, can I get a skin in Clash? Can I get sleeves? Actually, wait. Interesting. Thinking about this.
You know what would be interesting? So I'll put the caveat here that although I'm Celestial Staff, I have like as much knowledge about Clash as the regular everyday Joe. I really don't have any knowledge about what's going on there. That's on a whole separate, you could say, department. I think it would be really cool if part of, like, I know Dan wants to have free to play, but he still have like quests and stuff. Have you ever played Marvel Snap?
I have. Yeah, I've tried to.
You know how their rarity system works? Where you kind of upgrade your rarity over and over with. See, I would like to see something like that pop up for cards, where you can kind of add effects and build upon effects of cards, so people have those goals to kind of slowly build up on, while making all the special art still the unique things that you have to buy. That would be interesting, just from the free to play player's perspective. So there's still something you're building towards, blinging out your deck to make it look extra special and stuff, without it just being like, I guess I'll buy the cool version of this card now that I've saved up for 3 weeks, kind of thing.
Yeah, like you're paying for like the effects and the bling out is more than just straight artwork, which is maybe something that, like, and again, I don't know how hard that would be to code. I think from the like development perspective, maybe that's like insane, but it would be really cool because I think a lot of this game could take advantage of that like more probably than any other game that I've seen so far, because of the different artists and because of the different like vibes of each of the cards, right? It kind of reminds me of like the Pokemon capsules a little bit from like Generation 4, where you decorate them with stuff like from the for the, oh god, I can't remember what they're called, the contests. That would be again like the very similar-ish idea to what Marvel Snap kind of has going. But yeah, isn't like Marvel Snap kind of expensive? I know Chloe's saying that Marvel Snap's
okay. So as someone who played Marvel Snap did kind of the Legends of Runeterra thing.
Oh god.
But predatory. So Legends of Runeterra, if you guys don't know, if you played Legends of Runeterra, you didn't get all the cards immediately, but if you were trying to play a specific deck, the cards were pretty accessible and easy to obtain at a decent pace, because you couldn't buy cards, but you could just play the game at just a reasonable pace to unlock a ton of cards specific to the archetypes you're trying to play pretty relatively quickly, to the point where deck building wasn't really that detrimental, which is partially why people say Runeterra fails, because it was too easy to collect cards. Also, Riot went through a bunch of things where they canceled a bunch of projects. That's the whole behind the scenes thing that maybe affected, maybe didn't. Marvel Snap kind of did the same thing, except all of the cards were on the same rewards track completely at random. So if you wanted to play like the discard deck, you better pray and hope that the random unlock you get at the next tier is the key piece of the discard deck. If you wanted to play a Galactus deck, you have to pull Galactus. You can't craft him. You can't buy him. You just have to randomly unlock every card you wanted to play. And that's really interesting from the people just trying to build decks and being creative. But from the actual competitive standpoint of Marvel Snap, God, it sucked. Because if you wanted to play competitively in Marvel Snap and you needed to build the quote-unquote best decks, you had to shovel money into random card purchases to just hope that those random cards, maybe one at a time, was the one card that you needed. And on top of that, there was a hidden tier system. So there's, let's say, 30 something cards in tier 1, and then once you get all the tier 1 cards, the tier 2 cards will start unlocking. So if you need a card that's in tier 3, you got to get all the way there first and then hope that your random roll, which is like,
man,
again, it's really good if you like to be forced into these kind of limitation breed creativity mindset, but for everyone else, I think it's horrible and really just kind of force you to spend more money.
Well, that's like the gacha game classic. Duel Links, another wildly successill like gacha game, effectively has like the perfect monetization.
Speed Duel app, right?
Yeah, it is. It's the Speed Duel and Rush Duel app. I guess okay. I'm laughing because as far as for me, I played Duel Links for a long time. Monetization absolutely sucks. It's so predatory. But the really funny part is they released Rush Duel, which is a really cool way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Very fun. It combines all the really cool elements that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has of playing a bunch of cards, drawing things, and the games are quick. But it's only available in English in Duel Links. And so now there's two camps where people just log on to just play Rush Duel, or they actually like Duel Links, which is crazy. And so I was laughing a little bit. It is the speed duel simulator though. But that game makes a bajuku billion bucks for Konami because of how bad the predatory monetization stuff is. And very similar to Snap, where it's you're just shilling out tons of money for a random chance to pull a card that you just desperately need for the meta. And there's definitely still some free to play options there. There's plenty of guides and stuff for Duel Links on it, but it's still it's years off your life. It's either you're wasting time or you're wasting $200 for a card. It's crazy.
Yeah. And if the app goes defunct, you lose all that. I was in a place where I used to play the Kingdom Hearts Union Cross mobile game. It's a really fun game. It ended up the short end of it went under because they weren't making money on it because they had a bunch of basically really terrible monetization practices. Not necessarily because they had the terrible monetization practices, because they treated a lot of the US player base like crap compared to what we knew that the JP player base was getting. But the short end of it is I played that game. I played it I spent $5 a month on it because they had this monthly little pass you could buy on it. And over the course of the 3 or 4 years I played that game, I played it pretty competitively. It's weird to say for a mobile game. Mostly free to play with that kind of $5 a month thing, and it was super fun. But it got to a point where they released. So the way it's a deck builder RPG in a sense, where you're pulling not. Cards are called medals, and you can put 6 medals in your deck, and your deck always cycles through the same 6 medals in the same organization. So you're kind of deck building per each RPG encounter. So if it's a boss that's weak to one thing, you do all the manipulation. It's really fun. And playing it free to play, quote unquote, loosely free to play, was a really fun way to experience the game because it made it so that I had to really kind of think hard about what I was doing. But then they released the tiers 7 or tier 8 medals, which the first one invalidated every single other medal in the entire game.
Oh no.
Because before they released it, the way that you usually built your deck out was you started with buffs or energy recovery and debuffs as your first 3 or 4 slots, and then slot 5 and 6 were usually your damage dealing cards or your medals, and you would kind of cycle what you're activating. So you either made a basic attack or activated the medal based on the encounters. There's a lot of high level stuff that I can't really get into without like teaching the entire game to you guys. I don't want to get too far into it, but generally there is a lot more decision making within how you're building your deck and the order that you're playing your medals in, because the order is always locked in. It's just what abilities you're activating when. They released a tier of medal where the first card in it was like SP Axel. So if you guys know Kingdom Hearts characters,
the pink haired one, Axel.
The red hair flame guy with the 2 side chakrams. So they released a version of him that did everything except energy recovery. So it buffed, debuffed, and did a shit ton of AoE damage, and was like 1 or 2 costs, which is effectively free. And of course, that came out and it destroyed everything, because all of a sudden, play like the either PvP mode or the like score ranking modes competitively, you needed 6 of those. Of course, it's a gacha game, so you need to get 5 of each of them to make a max rank one. So you need 30 of them. So all of a sudden, the whales spent like $4,000 on getting their full things, and the game was unplayable. Even if you got one of them and you couldn't max it out, yeah, it was literally invalidated the entire like deck building process of that game, because it's one card that did everything. And then of course they released the next one that did the same thing but in a different element, and then they released the next one that did the same thing in a different element, and then all of a sudden all the medals did everything. So all of a sudden you go from like a complex like decision making where it's like you're really focusing on the cost of your medals versus the recovery and the buffs and debuffs you can get, to, well, I'll just play 6 of these 1 cost hyper aggressive attack medals that buff, debuff, and do everything all at once, and it just ruined the game. And it just feels like a lot of Japanese gacha games, and even like just it feels like the constantly like the ultimate goal that all these games end at, and it's so frustrating.
It's funny you mentioned that too, because I know like the Final Fantasy mobile, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, and the Fire Emblem Heroes games both do effectively the exact same system you just mentioned, where like the banner rolls and stuff are effectively just. Yeah,
I stopped playing Heroes for a little bit while my girlfriend was playing it, and I picked it up for a little bit, and like oh, let me see what you're doing with your team, and she's like a min-maxer to beyond belief. And I'm just looking at what she's doing with her team, and like, there's no shot. Like, it's crazy the power creep that they like to sell things, right? Like,
yeah. No, it's there's only one good thing I've seen from Fire Emblem Heroes in my short time span of knowing a lot of that game, and it's a YouTube edit of you've come into the wrong neighborhood. I can't remember that the meme song, but with Fire Emblem Heroes lines, and it's so funny because it sticks in my brain because it's actually a banger. But the power creep and that kind of like the gacha stuff is ridiculous, and there's a fine line between like, this gacha is obviously still gacha, but there's like a good trade-off. And I know for Clash and stuff, there's like maybe a battle pass that we're looking at, and there's some other like monetization with the cosmetics. I'm curious what's the third one. Like, there's always 3, right? It's like gems for whatever you're gonna buy in the game. That's their standard. Battle pass has been something that's more recently explored and very good for live service games. And then like, what's the third? What's the secret third monetization option that's gonna like tie it all together? You know, and that's something I'm really curious about with Clash, and like how that's gonna, like where that's gonna be.
Yeah, and it's like, I know Dan like pointed towards like, oh, it's free to play monetization, like you can look at skins like something like Fortnite, right? It's free to play, skins, yada yada, but I think there's a culture there that allows some of those free to play games to say, hey, we're free, buy skins. Like League of Legends, hey, we're free, buy skins, but their player base is massive. Like the cost of creating those things doesn't necessarily go up, but the player bases that want to buy them do ideally increase. And with something like Fortnite is they kind of sold a culture. Maybe they didn't do it themselves, but there's a culture in Fortnite of, hey, you don't have the newest skins, poor. And like there's that weird social aspect that kind of pushes like the bling out. I don't know if we have the same forces in the TCG space. Obviously, there are those people in the TCG space, like Coder, who will go and buy all the Stellars. But does that translate into a free-to-play app? Will people still want to pay for those blinged out things? I don't know. It's interesting to think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like you bring up like the Fortnite culture is definitely real, and there are a lot of games that like actually it's really funny.
JT Cast, sorry to cut you off.
Very good.
JT Cast, I like that idea.
Go to locals, get currency for your Clash account. Ooh, hold. That's actually a good idea.
Caster coins, like if you could use your account and you can only earn caster coins from paper events, that would be interesting.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool idea.
There's local integration discussions going on. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Like that's I really like that idea. I don't know if it'll work out, but like I really like that idea.
Yeah. No, I think that's like the like join in for event, like there's some sort of monetization with like, this event costs however many gems or $10, whatever like the effective ticket would be inside of the event system. And I guess that's also true is like if you're playing digitally, like does that translate? That's a cool idea too. Man, we're honestly some of the smartest people in the world playing Elestrals. Just want to say that first and foremost. I'm
not even going to say the smartest people were playing Elestrals. I think the Elestrals community in general is really open to progressive conversations without turning into. Did you see the Magic community this weekend with their ban list?
No, Mike, I did. I saw some of it a little bit.
Okay,
but yeah.
So there were legitimate death threats to people who didn't have any involvement in the ban hit.
Yo. That's crazy.
It's wild. Now I don't know if you know the context. I
don't think the Pinkerton stuff.
The Commander Ban Committee is not controlled by Wizards of the Coast at all. They're affiliated with Wizards of the Coast. They have some people that kind of oversee the committee, but the actual people that vote and make the like decisions aren't WotC's employees. They're community members, effectively higher level kind of say an impact, but they're not WotC people. So they made bans. Obviously, these bans that they made for Magic signify a changing philosophy to the Commander ban list that a lot of people are upset with because they hit a card that was worth about $250. They hit a card that's worth $130. They hit a card that's worth $70. What was and Nadu, which was like already dropping a price from the modern ban.
Yeah.
But those cards were expensive, and a lot of people spent a lot of money to have those cards. So I understand that people who feel impacted that their collection just tanked by like $300, or maybe they have multiples, and that sucks. But the fact that people were like death threatening like advisors of the committee, not even the people who are voting things, like not to say that they shouldn't. No one should be sending death threats over a fucking card game. Pardon my language. But it's just wild that like that's the mentality that sometimes these like other games have. That like I'm so thankful that Elestrals, at least the community, is like, hey, I don't agree with this. Like there's a ton of people who go, I don't think Chai should have been banned. But they're not like going, oh, you ruined everything, how dare you, blah blah blah. And I don't know if it's quite necessarily the money situation. Obviously that's part of it, but like I do think the Elestrals community is a lot more open to having the conversation and the discussion right now, as opposed to like some other card game communities.
That's true.
So
I think that a lot of that has
Georgia,
to do with,
you make the good point. It makes it easier to ban cards when they aren't worth so much. But I don't think any card game should really have to take into account cost. Now, the Commander, you can say it's casual format, so the cost is a little bit more notable because it's supposed to be the casual environment. But
I think, and Scott brings up a good point. It's like Elestrals does have a community bred of communication and ultimately accessibility. That's like some of the main pillars of Elestrals in terms of Dan's like philosophy, from what I can read at least too. And like obviously I think that draws in a lot of players that are quote unquote like disassociated with or disenfranchised with their own games. And so I think that's also something that's refreshing, is that while it's not like the island of misfit toys by any means, but I do think that there is a level of like grass is greener where you water it, right? And I think for Magic and for Yu-Gi-Oh and for like all these other games that like maybe have an established culture around the ban list or around like the monetization portion of the secondary market, like people get really set there, right? Because of this like, oh, it like how it should operate on like a political and philosophical level. I was actually talking to MBT, to Joseph, about this a little bit, about like the situation with Magic. And it's like people like are sunk cost fallacy incarnate, because it's like, oh, like is the only reason why you want this, like you're upset about this ban, is because you're losing out on an investment? Like that's kind of funny. Like, yeah, you're right, I get it, you paid a lot for it, but like I don't know, man, it's it's a card.
So to kind of bounce a little bit on the chat going on, so I'm gonna yes, stores, it sucks if your shops and those were your recent inventory purchases, etc. That I understand as a business and you're impacting people's lives directly. 100%, those are the people that should be upset. When it comes to they're never gonna do anything, stonks to the moon, grab gob pros, whatever, like I think the people that should be upset over the price changes are, yes, I think stores that have those inventories and they can't make profit on them, they lost money, and that's impacting not just their stores but maybe other employees, stuff like that. Those people are the ones that definitely deserve the sympathy. And the people that recently bought the cards, also, it sucks if you recently bought the cards. The people who I see complaining, who have had Jeweled Lotus since like it came out 4 years ago now, 3 years ago now, like the people who've had those cards that they've been sitting on and being able to play them this entire time, I don't think should be the ones complaining. If you've had if you've had these cards for so long and you're playing them, yeah, you paid for them and you would like their prices to go up, but you're getting use out of them. The people who are sitting on them as investment pieces outside of just, again, running a business, I don't think have quite the leg to stand on. And the people who just bought them definitely can be 100% frustrated that now they can't consistently use those pieces. That sucks. It does. It does. I don't want to say it doesn't, but it's also, it's just, yeah, it's not a hit. But I also want to put out, like, I know there are people who buy shiny cardboard that can't afford shiny cardboard. If they're also they shouldn't buy those in the first place. Like the people, like one of the kind of arguments I see floating around is, well, what if they've been saving up for a few months to get that Jeweled Lotus or whatnot, and they just bought it and it tanked in price. If they have to save up that long for that card, they probably shouldn't have bought the card. Like, I don't think that's a good valid argument.
Well, like one thing with like the Stellars inside of Elestrals, which I think is really interesting, is that like right now with the game being still in very new inception, is that a lot of these cards, I think over time we'll see like pure collector value. And that's something I really appreciate about Elestrals, is like rarity system in that way, in terms of quote unquote investments, that there is a place for investors. And yeah, sure, those cards that are high rarity, that are meta relevant, quote unquote, like will probably be more expensive at the time that they're meta relevant. But overall, there's still like a
what's been our most expensive like
Stellar
card? But Alto the Stars was like $25 at one point.
I think it's like the Voltempest box topper, right?
I don't even know. I mean, I feel like you could have. I mean, the Stellar ones, yeah, but like in terms of just base rarity cards, like you still can access the game if you want to buy the fancy stuff. Sure, those collector pieces are there to be collector pieces. I know a lot of people in Elestrals looked at the card price and go, I could collect the whole set now, which is cool. But like, still, like, it's all accessible in the end. So even if something gets hit, you generally have for it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think people point out Lavalith and being 25 to 30 a copy. One, R.I.P. Bozo Lavalith, but then two, it's like, I think what's funny is that like that's probably one of the only cases I've seen so far where it's like a fairly meta relevant card, but is pretty pricey, quote unquote, like compared to the other cards because of the rarity it comes in. That was kind of a similar case with like the starter decks and the counter runes. And obviously the aggressive reprint policy that Elestrals has is very much like just changes that by the day. And so it's like it's kind of interesting, this balance right now between like, definitely there are cards that are just kind of quote unquote price gapped, but they're still very few and far in between. So hopefully it stays that way. Whereas like the collector's market can still very much grow because of the idea of like the stellars and the collectibles and the promos. And there's just different rarities and everything, right? That's
George, the best part about that being accessible is you only need one now, baby.
That's true. Man.
I think, but the everything is worth like less than $1. Yeah, there's a few cards that are like $4 or $5, and honestly, it comes down to shipping. I think that's probably the biggest issue right now. Is generally if you're buying a deck through like the marketplace, you're probably buying cards from like 5 different people, and you're paying, $4 or $5 times 5. That's like doubling your deck price, but everything else is like dummy cheap. I've seen people in the marketplace server just go, "Hey, you just want me to bulk for the price of shipping? Just send me $25 and I'll give you like 1,000 cards of bulk, and all that bulk is relevant."
Yeah, and that's like, it's kind of funny. Like Josh, we were talking about that a little bit earlier, which is that like this game is so interesting because like picking through bulk in other card games, like you really don't care, but there's so many relevant cards that are just inside of stacks and stacks of bulk. They're like, well, I gotta pick through all of it. And again, that speaks to, I think, mainly more of like the deck building and the design and stuff. Yeah.
And also, I mean, I think another thing that helps there is the set designs Dan is trying to keep small. And when you get 10 cards a pack and there's 100 cards in the set, you get lots of duplicates. What do you do with those duplicates? You sell them for dirt cheap, or you give them away, which also drives down cost of, like, Ash Rabbit's an uncommon. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
Ash Rabbit's uncommon. Ash Rabbit's a normal rare. Like, those are powerful cards. Boombat will probably see more relevance. That's an uncommon, if I remember correctly. Yep. Like,
and bunch of starters,
even Earthquake is an uncommon. Gorgon's Gaze should have been in the packs, but at least it's accessible in every goddamn starter deck now. Like,
yeah, no, there's like plenty of options. Like the great part too. It's like for someone like me who I don't typically try to buy a lot of product. Some of this has been obviously the Elestrals season 2 like stuff, but to be fair, the bulk that I have, like half of me is like, I just kind of want to give all of this away, which is a good thing, a good problem to have, because it also kind of means that you like get more players into the game, and there's like the bigger culture of just being like, yeah, go ahead, like build. Here's all these cards, like build with them.
Like prime example, right, of that is when I did the demo event down in Long Island with Dan. When Dan showed up to it, Dan brought like a 5,000 card bulk box, and just everyone who walked in just like, yeah, go ahead, go, like go for it. And people were just sitting there like, oh, let me try to build a deck now. Like, I played a couple games, rifling through and see, oh, cool, this stuff seems interesting. And people were building basically these, I wouldn't say pauper, but common, uncommon, normal, rare decks at the demo event, and just seeing what they could do. And that's super cool. Granted, I don't know if that's super, like, going down the line, it sucks to be those kind of bulk box openers being stuck with all that extra product. And even as a new player, opening up the same card 5,000 times and not being someone willing to sell the cards on a marketplace or even give them away is potentially wasteful. But there's also the people who go, hey, I got 10,000 cards sitting here. I know that they're quote unquote worthless, or they're not worth, not that they're worth it, but they're not worth selling because they're like 10 cents a piece. Let me just give them away to people in my LGS, and that gets more people involved, which is super cool.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, it's so funny because, again, like that's again, part of it speaking to like the I think the actual physical card portion of Elestrals is really getting there in terms of its like its stride. It feels like it's growing at a pace that is like healthy but also like pretty fast, which is interesting. And so I think with the addition of like the online client, how that monetization is going to go, and maybe also future like LGS support as that grows out too, The ecosystem is going to be pretty healthy, I think, for the most part. As long as there's the culture of that too. I think there's as it gets opened up to more and more people, that can kind of like change and shift. But I think so far there's a fairly good handle on it. It's very strange, precarious for sure. And I know that Dan's. I'm sure he gets no sleep. I know this man works round the clock at all times. Like,
and he's got 2 kids, and he goes into the gym. Like,
it's wild. Yeah,
he's got to be like, I don't know, he's got to get like 3 hours a night or something. But not to get too far off tangent quick, what is GLC format? I don't know that acronym.
GLC. I'm actually not quite sure. Is it the popper format?
I'm wondering if that's popper. I know. I think what Josh and
monotype inside of Pokemon Gym Leader Challenge.
Gym Leader Challenge.
Not familiar with that.
I don't know what that is either. Is that like your type or something? Like their version of EDH Commander stuff? Oh, well, I'm waiting for that response. I have been like mentally workshopping what like a possible Commander format for Elestrals could look like, and I want to put my pitch out there.
Oh, for Commander.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, Commander in Magic the Gathering, you pick a Commander card that's a legendary card, so it's a unique card, effectively, that usually builds your entire deck around. The deck is basically, it has to be the same the same element or archetype, to put in Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic terms and Elestrals terms, of your commander. So, for example, in Elestrals, if like Zeus was your commander, every card would need to be a Thunder card in your deck. It's also a Highlander format, so you can only have one of each card in your deck. So my thought, if there is going to be ever an Elestrals kind of commander format, I think there's a flaw where it's like, okay, there's no hybrid divine runes and stuff right now, so that makes it a little bit clunky for deck designing. But it would be cool if there was a commander format where everybody started a divine rune like its own zone, and every turn you have the option to enchant one spirit to it.
Ooh.
Right? So if you start the game with Zeus in play with no spirits on it, but it's in its own zone, at the start of turn you can choose to enchant one spirit to Zeus, right? And the rest of your turn plays out as normal multiplayer format, kind of with the multiplayer rules, like, 30 spirits in your spirit deck or whatnot, let's say. Maybe singleton, maybe not, depending on the deck build, right? I don't think Elestrals translates to Highlander at the moment. I think maybe down the line it's an option. But yeah, I think it'd be cool if you have the Divine Rune in play, you can chant it once per turn, and then, hey, you can start using your Divine Rune now. It's like, okay, maybe you start taking spirits off your Zeus. Maybe you have that Nexus there. Maybe you're playing an Iola stack, so you have to do it twice to get the search out. But hey, you're getting this option to constantly search cards in your singleton format. I think that's how it would work in my mind. I don't know if it would functionally be fun, but maybe with a higher card pool down the line, that's something that people could explore. Because I do think people like to have alt formats that are kind of fun and interesting, and I think that's an interesting format. I don't know if it's fun, but I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I think something like a commander type with the divines makes a lot of sense, because there's a lot of Elestrals that, if they're quote unquote your like a Yu-Gi-Oh's deck master format, I think it's called, it can be busted. But what's so fascinating is I think the spirit inclusion is probably how you'd best have to do it. You'd have weaker divines, I would say, which maybe highlights the issue with the balance of design of the divines. Like Aeolus, if you would have to actually you'd have to wait 2 turns before you get your search, and maybe that's fine because that's the balance. You don't want to be able to search every turn; makes it too fast.
And if it's a singleton format, searching is really powerful.
Yeah, I'm saying. Well, and especially Wind, which has a ton of just random one of in toolbox anyways. I kind of like that idea. And Scott brings up the Highlander for Lunar. Oh man, I'm curious with set 4 coming out. All the Lunar cards have been so cool so far that we've seen, and so it's
set 4 to the moon.
Literally to the moon. Literally, and I'm here for it. Oh my god. But Artemis, my dear beloved, is maybe kind of good in Highlander format. Not Highlander, the commander type, because it's you do get the suppression like more consistently, but I don't know. Maybe that's not that bad either. Maybe it's still just as powerful or just as strong.
I mean, the thing is, right? It would be a multiplayer format, so yeah, you could Artemis someone's card, but you're still dealing with two other players. So now you're basically playing like Artemis would be basically the mediator of like, all right, they're kind of popping off. I'm gonna spend my turn to suppress them. If you guys can kind of deal with it, I think that's the core identity of Commander. It's not really the commander, it's the social aspects of working together against the villain of the game, and then kind of the shifting dynamics of that, which I think is why people get so obsessed with it. So even like Commander is a completely unbalanced format. It really is. That's why everyone talks about Rule Zero. So a format doesn't need to be balanced, it just needs to be fun.
That's man, actually tie it on back. Holy, that was a good tie-in. May I join the Rip Jataya chat? Oh hey, how's it going? Bean Soldier TV, Josh. Hello, Josh. We did our morning, our morning.
R.I.P.
A big R.I.P. Hello, Josh. Do you actually want to be inside of a call? We were talking about Elestrals Clash. Are we joining the recovery session? Absolutely. Let me add you here.
Oh, speaking of R.I.P. Drataya, did you? I'm assuming chat or some people in chat saw the picture I put of Drataya where I was like, haha, me and my son cooking, nothing missed, no ban list, ah ha ha. Like I posted that, my girlfriend liked it, and then like half an hour later she's like, wait, why is there a knife in its back?
Oh no! I saw like the plushie tweets. This was so funny. Okay, let me add Josh real quick. Hello, Josh. Hello, Wirtz.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome back.
How's it going, Jeff?
Just got done filming a 2-hour-long podcast with Caster's Corner.
You know, it's funny that you
George,
went from that.
the icons staying the same.
I was also really curious too what the new icon was going to be. If it was going to be, I saw that one that was like the one in jail. Is pretty funny.
I debated just putting temporarily putting some X's over the eyes, but no, I like it. I'm just gonna keep it for now.
It's a good piece of history too.
In I don't know, whenever set 5 comes out and we get Drataya back, it's like I've been here all along. I'm pulling an Orpheus. I'm going to the underworld and bringing my boy back.
Oh God, no, it was so cool. Josh, we talked about a little bit of the Drataya ban, some of the limits as well. Some of the effectiveness of all this. Mentioned that we have just some bigger discussion coming in tomorrow too, but like it's really funny because I think as this is exciting times, maybe a little more exciting to me than the Spark It portion of Tartarus so far, because Spark It seemed like it was like, I don't know about a necessary ban, but definitely one that was like, okay, expected.
It's a quality of life for players.
Right?
Yu-Gi-Oh players, Elestrals player, they're a bunch of babies when it comes to hand rip. Just saying.
True. Where's my Mermail hand rip for 7?
Nah.
Gumblar hand loop. Let's go. I think so. We have Vietnam flashbacks of specifically like the worst hand rips.
Wind ups and stuff.
Oh God. Yeah, but no, this recent quote unquote ban list. It's strange to call it ban list because technically that feels incorrect. It feels like it's more of like patch notes for Elestrals for some reason. Maybe because of the Tartarus angle, it just feels like a different word. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's cool.
Spark and Dryad had a lot of play experience reasons for their bans, regardless of results on both ends. Yeah, that's definitely fair. I just it sucks that the thing that banned Drataya wasn't even the deck it's supposed to be played in, and that's just how these weird things kind of slip away, right?
It's weird because Drataya is just better in every deck except for Fruit, and I hate saying that. But...
And it's crazy because the actual Fruit engine, it's a lot of cards given the context of Celestial. It's a quarter of your deck. That's a significant. I was playing the wrong deck, but it's significant. The fact that it's such an the fact that people playing the Earth Fruit Burn stuff was a better deck than kind of the Fruit Control. It's wild to me that even though as far as engines are concerned, Celestial's 9 cards is significant, and the fact that you play it, I guess you could say it's 6 cards because you play Ambrosia anyway, but it's interesting
Yeah.
that like such like it's so impactful. It's such a large build around in a sense.
You know, hot take. It's not Drataya's fault. It's not Ambrosia's fault. It's Cornucopia's fault.
Oh my god. It's because we added an extra form of Ambrosia. Cornucopia is the
Yeah.
good version of Ambrosia. It's like, it's
Cornucopia's fault.
ugh. Man.
Yeah, to an
so
extent.
good.
I mean, there's still a world where like the consistency might be there, where you go, cool. I mean, it's harder obviously to get 3 Ambrosias in the world for the loop
Yeah.
stuff, but there's still the world that maybe other draw engines exist and they interact well enough together that you get to one of the 2 draw engines well enough. I mentioned this earlier. I think part of the problem with base set Drataya is that you're not just drawing cards, you're also recovering spirits. And that I think is the real crux of the issue with why it became problematic. Is we were talking about this potential effect that's not final here, where it's like the biggest takeaway that this effect has that I think people are kind of missing in the general consensus of the discussion is that you're not healing spirits anymore.
Yeah. And also, why would I ever want to discard an Ambrosia?
Right? Like, well, I mean, there's now, like, I think the discard in the Ambrosia plays a little bit on wanting Ambrosias in the underworld for Cornucopia. So now you can, like, oh, well, I can discard my normal Ambrosia and still play Cornucopia, get something out of it.
That's true.
Vice versa. Obviously, it looks like Golden Apple discards being added here just to. I think I was also saying that kind of ties in Lotagon and some of the other things to the archetype. So it gives room for the archetype to expand a little bit more cohesively in the future, which is cool. But yeah, the biggest thing about the Escape from Tartarus version here is that you're no longer healing and drawing and healing and drawing and healing and drawing.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have to summon one more.
Oh no.
There
is another.
There is another.
All right, wait. Kodo is saying that we're being too nice this whole time, so I am prepared to just hear rage the second he joins.
There he is.
Nah. I'll be honest. Out of all the knots and maybe even Caster's Corner, I'm the biggest rager today.
Yeah, bro, it's actually insane. You're so upset about this ban list, whereas everyone else is like, "Oh my god, this is so pog."
It's so cool.
No, there's a ton of people that are furious at
very-
this ban list for the weirdest reasons. Not gonna lie.
Wait,
The
what's
what?
that?
I've seen so many hot takes about this ban list where it's like, I can't believe they banned Drataya. They should have banned like some other random arbitrary card. It's like, I don't know if you watched the video.
Yeah,
I think it's
It's
wild
crazy.
that you're not raging about Drataya and these people are.
Yeah, because I mean, let's put it this way, right? I have been on the fruit stand game since base set. I'm telling everybody how great this card is, and now I'm justified.
That's a great
Yeah,
way of
I
looking
mean-
at it.
You're so
Yeah.
right. That card was begging to be broken, and then the moment it got broken, I think the next card that's gonna kind of go the same route is gonna be Helios' Cherry Ride. The day that card is good is the day that card gets axed. Simple.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I
It's
think
ticking
that's a
time bomb.
really good point. I really do think there's a lot of cards waiting in Elestrals to break, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's good that it allows kind of the game to have these kind of power level pushes
Mhm.
for the times that they're not broken in, right? Like Helios Share right now is the only thing that's keeping some of like the weird janky hand combo decks like Blazers OTK alive. And it's cool that
Tell me
card can
about it.
exist to make these weird dank strategies.
So-
But there is a world where those cards will be problematic eventually, and it's just a matter about
Yeah.
keeping an eye on them, right? Like, it's cool that we have these powerful cards that we can play with and enjoy without them actually being oppressive yet, is kind of my hot take.
I'll say one thing: this Drataya effect that is on screen right now is really bad. Please tell me you still have it on screen, Swolax, because I'm
Yep.
not looking at the
He
screen.
just took it away.
Bad. Yeah, that
Crazy, it's
Drataya
still
effect
there.
is like that Drataya effect, super mid. It's not good. I think that what they should do with Drataya, if they want to because obviously they want to give it its identity in like the fruit deck, because realistically the fruit deck should have some identity. With Latagon is like it's an interesting engine to be played, and I think what they should do with it is give it some sort of like effect that plays with Latagon in a good way. So like something like if you cast Ambrosia or Golden Apple, you can ascend this into a Latagon from hand or deck or something like that, but that's very basic. Something that could be more interesting is you give the Drataya the effect where if you control Latagon as a once per turn, you can heal one spirit from your grave, and this effect is treated as resolving Ambrosia. So it triggers your Latagon. You know what I mean? That sort of thing could be really cool.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool if there was a way that Drataya was treated as Ambrosia as well, because that would just be hilarious. It's like you're eating Ambrosia to recover, you accidentally eat a Drataya.
Why not just,
like something like that flavor-wise would feel so sick.
Why not
Yeah, I was also
swap
saying
Drataya
flavor-wise earlier
Ambrosia
that
for
this
golden?
kind of puts a little discard, like self-discard synergy in the thing. So like Golden Apple discard was the ugly child of the end of like the archetype, right? Like what are you doing with Golden Apple discard? You're waiting for Latagon so it's actually useful.
Yeah.
I think this version gives. Well, I want to say the worst part about this Escape from Tartarus Drataya is it makes people think that Golden Apple discard is worth playing.
Yeah, with the
discard to
cornucopia,
Drataya to draw cards.
Yeah, with cornucopia existing, it just isn't worth playing.
I think there's I think what this version of the card kind of looks at, it's like, okay, so maybe fruit engines in the future become like this self-discarding engine for its in-engine pieces to do things. I don't know though. Like that's up to Dan to decide how he wants to build on things in the future. It's like I would like to see more fruit engine stuff. I will sit here and wait for my Drataya to come back in any shape or form. And I will play it because it's Drataya. But
yeah, bro, hell yeah.
It's definitely like I would like to see the expansion of the fruit deck. And now that I think a problematic card in the engine is removed from the game, there's space that Dan could implement more interesting effects into that engine.
Yeah. I wonder too, like, so here's another thought for the Tartarus effect for Drataya. Why not just make it like effectively the same card it was, but just with Golden Apple instead? Like Golden Apple, I feel like, and maybe it has the same issue, not quite sure. And maybe it also limits the fact that you can never do another Golden Apple, but this time like, Tartarus form or whatever. And maybe that's the issue, is that the inherent like draw 2 based off of X effect is limiting. But it also feels like maybe the discard effectively 2 with 1 using the Golden Apple, and the discard off Golden Apple is like replacing the card advantage there. I don't know. I do like this proposed effect. I think it's like a good start, right? It's like a decent way to tie it all back together. Why not make it a 5 while we're at it? Make it stronger. Give it a good defense.
Yeah, just give everything 5 defense.
Let's just 5 attack.
Wait, Rummagem Escape from Tartarus, it's 4/4.
Oh my god.
We're cooking.
We buff it. We put it into Tartarus because it was too weak, and then we buff it. Let's go.
Yeah, we literally, it goes to jail and does like push-ups and
escape,
tattoos.
we ban cards and make it Escape from Mount Olympus and buff them instead.
Yo.
We could make champion forms of cards. Like if ever they want to buff a card, like they could make something that's like, for example, right, like Drataya, and like let's say they tie it in with like the content creators or some shit like that, right? Like PK Sparks really like to play Earth. It could be like, PK Sparks is Rummagem, or PK Sparks is Panzer, or K Kray's Rummagem, or some shit like that, right?
Well, the
way they did the trainers in Pokemon, right, where you had like Misty Psyduck and shit like that.
We'd have a billion Josh.
It's funny you say that. Imagine, imagine Coder if you won Elestriad Season 2. What would you have done for your second creator card? Would it just be another Divine Root? Like, no, right? You have to make an Elestral, right?
I'd probably make an artifact that would tie in with the Divine Root.
Oh, that's smart.
Because like my divine is like holding a book, right? And like we've seen the idea, like we've seen the book, so it'd be like, I could call it the Distant Codex. You know what I mean? Make that the book.
That kind of goes.
I think it'd be sick. I think it'd be fucking sick.
That would be clever for sure.
The Distant Codex, bro.
Soldiers, Quackle, Heal 6, Thunder.
No, we can't. We can't do that. God,
I'll be honest.
We cannot do that.
Hate to keep talking about banlist stuff, but like I can't believe they didn't hit heal.
They
like,
they did. They
kinda
hit
hit it.
Jotaya.
Nah,
That's true. Jotaya is a heal card.
Yeah, they hit the wrong heal card. You're right.
Yeah. No, I mean like
They missed that.
I think it's fine for now.
I'll say it, bro. The one thing this ban list was missing to be perfect, Astrabbit is still at 3, motherfucker. What the hell is it doing? Why is it here?
All I'm saying is that I'm looking at a list right now that has 19 removals.
Oh.
Hey, Josh, can you send me that list, please? I pinged you
Still-
like 90 billion
still,
times for it.
It's still a work in progress.
Still a work in progress.
It cannot be seen by the public yet.
Not the public. I'm a not. What do you mean? I am on your team, brother man. Like, what are you talking about?
On your side.
They're
And
replacing
on
you, it
your
sounds like.
side, bro.
It's so funny. Okay, so I was talking to Joseph earlier tonight, and he was like, I'm sure Josh is saying something like, I've already fixed this deck. It's already there. I've already solved a deck. And then
That's exactly what he said, yeah.
and then earlier when I was talking to Wirtz before y'all hopped on, Wirtz was like, Wirtz did the exact same thing. It was like, yeah, I'm sure Josh already like has a bunch of lists down for what's for.
I have like 10 lists finished.
You're crazy.
Listen.
There's no. They all have to be vastly different. You can't make heal 10 times.
Oh yeah, no, they're all very different decks.
Okay, cool. Because heal is dead, right?
Heal is very much tier 1.
Oh,
I'm
no.
gonna give some forbidden info to specifically the people that watch the Elestrals streams. I'm gonna give y'all some forbidden goo. Voltempest, crazy deck right now.
Yo,
That's
we
true.
were just talking
Just
about
talking
that,
Tempest.
dude.
Oh my god.
The forbidden goo, bro. I'm giving it to y'all right now.
I
Voltempest,
was
crazy.
just saying that I think that people were so risk averse with the format with all the removal that they were ignoring some decks, and I specifically use Voltempest as my example. That I think Voltempest is something that people might actually pick up more because I think Voltempest is still a decent deck that people
Yeah,
just
it's
weren't
crazy.
experimenting with at all given the state of the format. But I think there's a lot of space there for it to actually be really powerful, especially now.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Wait, what? Is Voltempest ethereal?
No, it's I think there's like a winged beast. Like
Okay, thank
is
God.
it
Whatever.
Avian plus something?
Thank
It is
God.
not an ethereal.
Okay, cool. I didn't. My immediate thought was like Voltempest. Is there? Can you search it off the Exaltos? No. Okay, thank God. Jesus
Voltempest
Christ.
is a Avian, and I think that's Eldritch.
Okay. Whew. Okay, good. Crisis.
I
is
love
Is
over.
that like the
Yu-Gi-Oh
weird
deck.
mustache looking thing and the Avian symbol?
It's it's Eldlick and Avian. That's good.
It's Eldritch, Mist Valley, Apex Avian.
Big
I
Eldlick.
know some of these words.
No, Voltempest.
I know you
seems pretty
do.
good. But
I know Eldritch. that's
Bro,
stupid,
it is so insane how like casual players of Mass Duel know Eldritch. I remember going to the airport like 2 years ago when Mass Duel just dropped, and I had a Yu-Gi-Oh lanyard like hanging off my pants, and the guy goes, "Oh, you play Yu-Gi-Oh too?" And I go, "Yeah, you do too." He goes, "Yeah, I just picked up Mass Duel. I haven't played since I was a kid. I keep running to this Eldritch deck, bro. What
You know
the fuck?
why?
It's crazy."
So when I was getting into Master Duel a few months ago, every time I looked up budget decks, Eldritch is all over the budget deck list. So I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
true.
why. But I'm a little bit more than casual now. I hit master.
let's go.
Yo, what a legend! He's the goat. That's why he's the goat. Word's the goat.
I picked up Voice's voice, and I was master rank 2 weeks later.
Hell yeah, that deck's sick.
That deck's a really good deck.
It's a fun deck. It's really, really interesting that just kind of you can just play. It's like it's a 1-card engine, but it's pretty interactable in general and disruptible. But like once it gets going, it creates really fun games. I very much enjoy it.
We're sleeping on Chrysor, which I do. Okay. Low
Yo,
key.
shout out to Cerebro.
Shout out to Cerebro. Cerebro, the innovative goat. See, no one was on wind until Cerebro put us on wind. That's the problem.
So I'm pretty sure Aspira topped with Chrysor too.
Aspira did top with Chrysor.
Wait, that's right.
First webcam
Yo,
30.
It's
Oh,
a
after
pig.
it?
It can heal.
Wait.
It
don't like
beats sixes.
Also,
I-
I'm gonna say it, bro. Earthquake was put to 1, but it's actually at 4 because we got Chrysor.
Yes, my goat. Chrysor, my goat. Let's
It's
go.
crazy how Chrysor might actually see play now.
Yes, it's good. It's good card. He's a good card.
Kreisbor is like unironically, I can see that card being played legitimately. That card seems really cool. Like imagine you're playing against literally anything, right? Like even into fives. Kreisbor feels like it would be kind of insane because doesn't it have 7 attack?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a 7/5,
7/5.
I think, right?
So it's
So even if it doesn't lose to it doesn't lose to Eddie. It doesn't lose to Lavalith either. Like if they Lavalith the one of, then it still doesn't run over it. It doesn't lose to Cryoblast, and this thing is like, I'm gonna be real. Even if you use it every turn, right? Like you're trading 2 spirits to pop their guy, and then you're swinging in for 2 more spirits. Like you're going even on spirit count every time. You don't have to use it every time. Realistically, you can always just swing for the 1 if they're just normally a guy every turn. But like that,
and
card
every counter rune feels bad against it, right? Like
yeah,
you shield it, you lost your spirit Elestral, you lost 3 spirits for shield. Against PTA, you're still running over whatever they have on board. If it gets Gorgons, like it's still there for the next turn. I hope you have another removal card to get rid of it. So
yeah. Like the only card that really contests it is like Boombat. Boombat is going to be like with the removal options being lowered. Boombat is like probably a staple now in most decks.
yeah, if not in main deck, definitely in the side for sure.
Yeah,
I
that card's
definitely
crazy.
think
That card is really, really good.
And then it gives a little bit of life to like we're just saying like Voltempest and stuff where you're not refusing for Voltempest, but there's a space there where hey, if you're playing like Rabbit or Arcolith and you want to go ascend over into Boombat, remove your Elestral and punch for a bunch with that Boombat while still having the spirits on board for your counter suite, like Boombat can shine.
No, I agree. I definitely agree.
I'm looking at 2 cards right now for this Earth deck that I think fill these Earthquake slots. You got Vesuvituga, which I know everyone's gone. Everyone's like Cope, and Kreisbor. So I think these 2 are on equivalent fields in terms of like use for this deck.
I think Kreisbor like actually might be an inclusion in the deck. Like I think
good.
that now, I think this ban list, what's really cool about it is that for the next 2-3 weeks, maybe a month, we're going to be seeing a resurgence of everyone trying every 2 and 3 drop in every deck that previously you would only ever play 1 drops in. And it's entirely possible that it's just bad and 2 or 3 drops are still not good enough versus the 1 drops that, like, effectively will always be more spirit efficient. It's entirely possible that remains to be the case. But I think just the fact that we are now in a format where that's going to be tested, and I think there will be tops of like I think Solar with Lustragon becomes way more usable because Lustragon represents at minimum 8 pop, at max like 2 or 3 in a turn, depending on just how set up you are. And like at that point, if you manage to get 2 or 3 pops off a Lustragon, if they've already expended their Earthquake at some point, because resting wouldn't deal with it, because you would have other little guys. So they would have N out in their deck specifically. Like it doesn't feel very great.
Yeah, no, I definitely think with the reduced removal suite, I think people will be a lot less risk adverse in playing the kind of more swingy, snowbally type cards, knowing that they're a little bit safer from the removal tools.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a world where maybe those were already good, just not great, but now they're actually going to see the experimentation that I think a lot of people lacked because they played the safer things or the decks that were good against the safe things, as opposed to like really innovating. And we were talking about this earlier, and our point kind of went from that topic originally to Clash will also, I think, help a lot with the kind of experimentation of decks where now people can jump on to hopefully a robust simulator and just play out games and just really mess and tinker with things without
Are
having
you
to find
saying
another
that
person.
people could hop on Elestrals?
People can hop on.
Oh god, that tweet was so funny. Your scroll tweet.
Oh my god! Did you see my recording?
That's incredible.
Yeah, they can hop on Elestrals, bro.
I logged onto Twitter. I'm like, what is going on?
It was amazing. What a great coordinated effort, and thank you to Joseph for that one.
Yeah, that was a very good one.
Jesus.
Definitely.
Speaking of Trish Cope,
Law messaged me, and he's just like, "Sorry, not sorry of what I did to your Twitter account."
Talk to me about the Trish Cope. I need to hear this Trish Cope.
Scavicle. Skylock brought this up too, and I completely forgot about that people were eyeing Scavicle on a fire list because it's effectively a card that can search right? Any 2/1 drops or any 2/2 cost
I mean, that
cards.
card's interesting. It searches Lavalith, you know, like
It's a 5/5, isn't it?
You're telling me
5/4.
that a
5/4?
6 cost double eruption is good? What?
Yeah, it's. I think that we'll also see some play and maybe some interesting stuff because that's the payoff for Lavalith for the Lavalith deck for the Fire deck. Is that like Fire seems really underexplored and allegedly was really good last format with the
Yes, it was.
removal. Allegedly, big alleged.
not so much without Lavalith, but yeah.
No, Fire is one of the biggest winners of this list.
Because can
Well,
play
you know what?
chains
You're
now.
absolutely right you're absolutely right because the Bears deck is like tier 1.
True.
I mean that too, but like Bears and just Fire Nexus in general are some of the biggest winners from this list.
Yeah, if
unironically.
only Hephaestus was playable.
True.
Oh,
Like
God.
actually, if Hephaestus had Zeus's effect, Fire would have been good base set. Legit.
It'll be dependent on if we get like a good artifact, right? That's the only time
But
that
we do
FS is
have a
gonna be
good
crazy.
artifact. What?
Well, when we get one that's like okay, broken. I'll say broken because I think Necklace is good and Argo is fine, but like
Argo's like a +4.
that's what I've heard. It's a +4 and also it's a -2.
The -2. Yeah, it is a
Yeah,
-2.
It's a +4.
It only costs 2. It only costs 2 spirits to activate. Correct.
Honestly, it costs 0. Actually,
Oh my god!
Actually, you're so right. No, you're actually right. I agree with this sentiment 100%.
Desires is a
No. The
minus
first
9,
Argo
true.
costs 2. The second Argo costs 0.
Yeah, the first Argo costs 2. The second Argo costs you the game. So
Bro, if you're resolving 2 Argo, you best win that fucking game. If you lost, like,
There's no
what the
way.
hell?
there's no way. If you're resolving 2 Argo,
if you
it's
resolve
over.
1 Argo, you should just win the game.
No.
That depends. It depends on in what instance you resolve it. There are times that are suboptimal to resolve it that
So
you
for
still kind of have to.
instance, If I have a Sluggle on the field, and you
it
swing,
all goes back to heal. Ah.
7 attack Sluggle goes crazy.
Oh my god. It's actually cursed. Like having any sort of Quackle or Sluggle with 7 attack is disgusting. Bears can use Argo, and that's cool. Bears is
Let
the
me
only
just-
acceptable Argo list.
Let me just slot in all my Heliolith.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Heliolith. Solar can play
It's a
Heliolith.
heal!
Bro, Heliolith not healing anything is actually like the goofiest thing I've ever heard.
There's a Jotaro on its shoulder. Like,
It's
come
literally
on.
called Heal Eolith, bro.
Postalith is a heal card.
Coastalith is
I-
it? You go Coastalith Special
Again.
Sluggle?
Yeah, you go Coastalith over the Sluggle, you special Sluggle, and then you heal back and have an 8 body that's impossible to out. Cooking.
Bro, I gotta say one thing, okay? I'm just gonna casual flex right now, okay? I'm packing for YCS Lille, and I'm going for a week to France, and I have successfully packed for my entire week with just a backpack.
Yo, okay, I heard this from my my former
No,
boss.
Sluggle is any cast, Chloe. You can special cast to get the effect. It's just
um,
on cast, not on normal.
and that's an experienced traveler Pax Light. And I was like, that's
Yeah,
a good
legit.
line. That's a good line.
Like the big thing, like I'm gonna have to take like 2 trains, fucking 2 planes to get there and all this shit. I don't want to be lugging around like luggage and shit like that. Fuck that, bro. I want to simply only have a backpack to worry about, and that's it.
how are you going to carry all of your Elestrals in that?
I have 4 Elestrals decks and my Yu-Gi-Oh deck in there.
Oh wow, the big is it the backpack of
Priorities.
holding? Like, do you have like is this the phone booth? Like, I'm letting my Doctor Who references, but
Not even.
TARDIS.
This is the gem backpack, the one that everyone has. It's just that backpack, and it is packed, bro, packed.
Pandora's backpack. Okay, actually, wait, hold. Great idea for merch. Pandora's backpack. Unironically, just make a backpack with the Pandora design, like the box. That'd be sick.
Yo, that's the one.
That's
is
it.
the one.
Literal bag of wins. True. No, that's sick. Wait, yeah. So you're going to France for a week.
Basically, I leave tomorrow. I come back. I come back next Thursday. So yeah, a week. I'm leaving a week.
Jesus. How? What time is your flight?
Tomorrow noon.
Oh, okay, thank God. It's like, what are you
So
doing
my-
on this
so my-
call?
No, my flight is tomorrow at noon, but I have a 5-hour layover in Detroit because it's an overnight flight. So I land in Paris in like early Thursday.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Yeah.
Detroit's pretty nice.
No, it's legitimately fine. Yeah, I just have it's like a 5-hour layover or something.
Jesus.
Not too bad.
No, but that's actually like the one bag is really the tech. I will say that.
Yeah, one backpack and a fanny pack. I'm cheating. I also have a fanny pack.
That doesn't count. You need to keep your wallet keys close. Something you want
Legit,
to carry
the fanny pack is just wallet, keys, phone battery, phone charger, passport. That's it.
Yep. No, I've got a little sling bag. It's easy peasy.
Yep.
It was sweet. Oh man. No, I have way too many Elestrals decks to worry about. Honestly, I only have 3.
You own
Slinger right now.
Elestrals?
Unfortunately, I have so much Elestrals. We actually were talking about that earlier with like doing the bulk shenanigans. And like how at this point I'm at an influx of bulk and I need to sort through it all to get rid of it. Give it away, build decks.
Yeah. I mean, what I did when I had my demo event at Locals, I just grabbed my I grabbed 2 Frostfall boxes, 2 base set boxes, because I've opened, I want to say like 10 boxes of each. And what I do is anytime I pull them, like I'll put aside the foils and stuff like that. The foils I care about, the foils I don't care about, I just leave in the box. And all the commons and uncommons just stay in the box. And so I just grabbed, I think it was 3 boxes of Frostfall, 3 boxes of base set, brought them to Locals, and was like, if anyone wants any of this, they can take it by all means.
Yep. That's I heard a story of, and we're just talking about this, the Dan bulk box of just bringing like mountains and being like, go ahead, have fun. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Josh
Yeah,
got rid of
when
his. He's just over it.
And you know what's also fun? When we did our demo event, Frostfall hadn't released yet, and Dan brought his Frostfall bulk to the demo event, so that made everybody excited to just riff through everything.
What did I get rid of?
You're the bulk.
Oh, I mean, I still have 3 5-rows full of Frostfall.
Oh my god.
You own Elestrals, don't you?
You own
Yes,
Elestrals.
I do. I'm currently looking at 8 5-rows of Elestrals cards.
Oh my god. I underprepared. I have 3 3-rows. Is that enough for 2 cases plus? No, sorry, 3 cases of Elestrals. Do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Own more Elestrals.
Okay, I need to ask a very important question. Does anyone else, when they travel, lay out the outfit that you're wearing in the morning for when you go to travel, like
Yes.
you do on the first day of school?
Absolutely.
1000%.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. Because I like packed and I'm like, oh wait, I also have to wear an outfit tomorrow. So I laid out the outfit that I'm wearing tomorrow and I'm like, okay, I am ready to travel. I just wake up in the morning, put that on, put on the backpack and dip.
Yep. Yeah. Do you dress comfy or do you dress as you normally would?
Okay, I have the hack. So the way that you manage to travel with just a backpack for a week in Europe is that you have to wear the bulky stuff. So I'm wearing like jeans, t-shirt, hoodie so that I don't have to fit all of that in my backpack.
Yep. That's correct.
But it's comfy. It's comfy too, you know? So it's like all good.
Yeah. No, that tracks. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, I get really cold. I sleep on flights. I'm a big flight sleeper. I
Me
just
too.
conk right
Me
out.
too.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
It's teleportation, to be honest.
It kind of is. You know, so I over prepare for my flights. I bring a Switch that you can win on any YCS. I also bring the Nintendo
did you
thing.
top a YCS?
It's true. I bring like a book sometimes if I don't really want to read, or like a plan. Like, okay, I have all these things. Over prepare, and then I end up like just sleeping through the flight. And it's like, okay,
see,
nice.
I've unlocked the new strat. The new strat is I bought the backbone for my phone, which is like a controller thing that you can put on your phone.
Oh,
and I have hella emulators on my phone. I got the PS1 emulator, the Nintendo 64 emulator, the Game Boy emulator. So I'm just like playing Spyro and Pokemon on the flight, and I'm just like, I'm chilling.
No, I got it. I have an Android now that I've given up the iPhone, and I do need to do something with that. But my emulator game is just so out of date. I need to get better because the phones can actually play things now. You can play Dolphin emulator on the thing. You play Melee. That'd be sweet.
On an Android, you can. Yeah, on an iPhone, you cannot.
Can't you get emulators on iPhone now? Didn't they kind of lift some of the download?
Yeah, but the
restrictions for
problem for why you can't play the good emulators like PS2 and shit, because like Android can play PS2 and GameCube and stuff like that. The reason why you can't do that on iPhone is because they still have a limitation where you need to unlock the hardware limitations of the phone in order to have enough power to run those emulators. And iPhone still doesn't allow emulators to do that. You'd have to like jailbreak your phone to be able to do that. Whereas Android just allows you to use the full potential.
It's so funny. Well, because they're just little computers.
Kind of like overclocking in a sense.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. What's the I'm just gonna say it. Is there really any games really worth pirating outside of the ones that like everyone pirates? Not pirates, excuse me, emulates. My mistake. Big difference.
I mean, yeah, there are. Like you're asking what games are worth like playing now in the year of our Lord 2024?
Kind of. Like I think back in my emulation days, it's obviously typical one is like any Nintendo handheld.
Every Pokemon game ever.
Pokemon game. Yeah. But it's like, is there any other ones that's like really worth
it?
The
secondary market value of Pokemon games are insane.
Yeah, they are insane. The one thing that I will say that you can do with an emulator that you couldn't do with just like playing the game at the time, there's a lot of people that make really cool ROM hacks of games that add a lot of content to them. I've been playing. I have a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky ROM hack that adds Pokemon all the way up to Generation 8 into the game, which is super cool. It's a very, very well-made ROM hack. So there's a bunch of cool Pokemon ROM hacks because like, I'll be honest, I love Pokemon Crystal. I'm not playing Pokemon Crystal for the 100th time. Like, there's no new content for it. I'm kind of over it, But, like, if you're able to play a game that you like with more content like that, it's fucking dope. But, like, actual old games that are, like, really sick to play, dead ass, on your phone, if you get one of those things that has the joysticks and stuff, play Ape Escape on PS1. That game is a masterpiece.
Yo.
Or speaking of ROM hacks, there was a ROM hack that went around for Battle Network, for Mega Man Battle Network games that allowed you to do PvP.
Yes, that is a thing.
Now you can just play Duelist of Eden, but that's not the same.
True. Duelist of Eden is kind of hype because it is just like, someone's like, I want to make this, but quote unquote official. Did you ever play a card game called Duelist by any means?
Yes.
That game had a very limited run.
They re-released it with Balance Chain.
That's right. It's so funny because playing that game, I'm like, this game is really cool. I have not touched Duelist 2. I played Duelist 1 and I was like, let's go, but that's it.
It's the same game with patches and a worse monetization system, unfortunately.
Dang. That game was sick.
It's definitely a cool concept. They definitely, I think, were kind of overrun by the creativity in the design of the game, where they couldn't balance the game correctly at the start because of kind of their unique design space of you're a card game, but you're also like a tile-based game. And I think that was where they struggled at first. They definitely balanced it a lot better. But yeah, I tried to get into Duelist 2 and it just felt like I couldn't make anything I wanted to play.
The real question is,
so good.
Any Duel Masters gameplays here? Any gamers of Duel Masters?
Kaijudo?
Yo. Duel Masters.
Should I go pull the Cyberlord deck out of my closet?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Sorry for the airplane tangent, but yeah, traveling, fun.
No, I hope it's safe travels. I think those long flights are also sometimes like either really cool or just you wake up and like you can't go back to sleep and thus you are like trapped on this plane for like 10 hours. Have had that happen before and it's terrifying.
It's okay. I have Spyro the Dragon to keep me occupied.
God, it's so good. I actually just got the Reignited collection. I need to replay it.
You want to know something insane? Sorry. People that really like the OG Spyro games hate the Reignited collection.
I can see that. That's like the Battle for Bikini Bottom. Like my brother was a speedrunner for that game, and he was like, everyone's really excited. He was
for Rehydrated.
Yeah, like in like Shift and stuff, or like, oh yo, this game's cool, and then you end up going back to the OG. Like it's not the same. Like just small things aren't the same, Yeah.
No, I agree.
And that's
I totally get it.
Probably the same way. Like that's the DS Mario 64 argument. That's all.
That game's dog shit. I'm sorry, that game's ass.
I'm so impressed they were able to fit it all into the cartridge. That's mainly what I'm like, whoa,
Bro, it's a completely different game. It has more content.
yeah. No, it is vastly different. It does not control the same. It's just all different. Gotta go to bed. Thank you, Chloe, for being here. Bye bye.
Bro, Espira saying Spyro is a mid platformer, like I believe he said this in call at 1.2. He was like, "Yeah, I love go from point A to point B simulator while collecting all the little gems on the way." But like, man, that game is so good. I'm sorry, all 3 Spyros are amazing games.
Spyro's
Yes,
Peak.
all 3. There are only 3. I don't know
There
what
are
you're
only
talking
3.
about.
There are
Only
no
3.
other Spyro.
It ended at Ripto's Rage.
Enter
Yeah.
the Dragonfly is not, or Year of the Dragonfly is not good.
No,
There
it's
is-
Enter the Dragonfly.
Is it? Oh,
What
wait.
you're thinking is Year of the Dragon is Spyro 3, but
Yeah,
Enter the
yeah.
Dragonfly is a PS2 game. It's good. It's a good game.
I thought I liked that one. That's the one with like the I can't remember what it was. It also had a GameCube release.
Yeah, Enter the Dragonfly is good. It is a good game. I'll give it that. It's not my favorite Spyro game by any means, but it's good.
No, Spyro is peak. God, what's it called? Jack and Daxter is definitely peak. And
Jack and
then also Sly
Daxter is
Cooper.
absolutely amazing.
I could never get into Jack and Daxter.
It's so
I don't
good.
know. I was
It's
a
so
Ratchet
good.
and
Oh, were
Clank
you
person,
also
though,
were you
so
also a PlayStation kid?
Absolutely.
I was a PlayStation.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. You know exactly what console people grew up with based on the games that they say like, oh, I really played this game when I was growing up, because like, you know, the PlayStation kids, they all have the same thing. It's always Jack, Ratchet, Sly.
Yup.
The Xbox kids are the ones that are like, I really loved Halo and Gears of War. That's all they talk about is Halo and Gears of War. And then you got the Nintendo kids. You got the Nintendo kids that are talking about, bro, that Ocarina of Time, that Majora's Mask. It was crazy. Like,
I played a lot of the N64 James Bond at my friend's place. It's like all I
Ooh,
ever played.
GoldenEye?
I played it over with
Classic.
friends. GoldenEye, yeah.
GoldenEye's crazy.
And of course, you know, Odd Job completely broken.
Odd Job is insane. Yeah.
XCGL
And then
I think the thing
Empire,
that's-
the same
I think
thing.
the thing that's really cool to think about, though, is the fact that of all those consoles, the only one that kind of broke the trend, because like, you were legitimately like either a Nintendo kid, a PlayStation kid, or an Xbox kid, or you were the weird like Sega kid, but like that's very rare. But I think the one thing that like really broke the mold there was that fucking everyone had a Game Boy. Like, everyone had a fucking Game Boy.
I could
Handheld
not get a
supremacy.
Game Boy growing up. My parents were like, "You are not getting a Game Boy because you will go outside and play video games instead of playing outside." And then what we did was we
Wild.
went to our friend's house who had 2 Game Boys and we played Game Boys outside.
Hell yeah. So it's meant for that. And the handhelds were the great equalizer. And it's so funny to think about that, because like they really weren't that much less expensive than like a console long term. But it's like the console, I mean, yeah, I think everyone has like their console they were attached to, but I mean,
Oh, bro, we gotta call out some people in the chat, bro. Skyhawk and JT talking about Fusion Frenzy. Look at these OG Xbox gamers. Look at
oh
that,
my
dude.
God.
You know, this is how I found out that Gage was an OG Xbox gamer, because I
Not
went to a
shocking.
retro game store with him, and Gage said, "Bro, you got that Fusion Frenzy in your collection. I'm telling you, you gotta play the Fusion Frenzy." And then like we were at the store, and every like 3 games we were looking at, he's like, "Oh my fucking god, I fucking loved that game as a kid." And then he just like kept telling me, he was like, "Bro, you got that Ninja Gaiden? This game's crazy." You know, every single fucking game, he's like, "Bro, I love this fucking game."
This game's crazy.
Ninja Gaiden was on like every console eventually.
Ninja Gaiden Black was exclusive to the OG Xbox, I believe.
Yeah, and then Sigma was the PS2 release.
No, I'm with Skyhawk a little bit on the GameCube side of things. Now, people have a lot of their. Again, maybe it's also a particular age range. 64, GameCube. It's got banger after banger. Double Dash, Mario Party 4.
Yeah, but it also only has
You wanna know the
like,
real
what,
answer?
7 games ever released on
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Melee,
The GameCube has a
XD,
ton of bangers.
Coliseum.
Yeah.
So you need to understand, if I
Metroid
turn
Prime.
around right now, I have a shelf of GameCube games. I have 4 shelves of PS2. Like, I'm not even
Yeah,
joking
PS2
when I
is-
say PS2 just
is-
has way more
is
good
crazy.
games.
Doesn't the GameCube have like less than 100 games released on it or something?
Oh, probably.
Crazy like that?
Yeah, but also the Game
something
Boy
like that.
Player, which was cool. You know,
The Game Boy Player was really fucking dope,
Okay,
dude. I'm
it's
not gonna
not
lie.
Okay, it's
That-
not that low. The GameCube had 600 games, but like that's
Oh,
still
okay.
significantly smaller than every other.
You take
console.
out tie-in
Sorry.
games, you take off cross-platform games. Like that's also something. There's
Okay,
Metroid
so as
Prime was
Spears
1%
saying
of it.
PS2 is the greatest console of all time. I don't agree, but it was the greatest selling console. Do you guys know
Yeah.
why the PS2 sold better than any other console of all time ever?
DVD player.
Yes, it came out at
Yeah.
a time where it was only about like $40 or $50 more expensive than a DVD player, and it was a DVD player / console. So
Yep.
people just bought that instead of a DVD player.
It's a good system for it. Honestly, I think some people still use it as their DVD player because the functionality is better than
Yeah.
most DVD players.
Yeah, my PlayStation 2 still runs perfectly fine. My PlayStation 3 is like overheating like a beast, but my
Yeah, the
PlayStation 2
PS3
it
is a
still
dog
runs.
shit console, man. Like the
Yeah.
PS3, I'll say it was ass. PS4 was peak, but the PS3 was a very, very sad console.
Yeah, I miss the chunky PS2. I eventually I had one, we got rid of it, and then they got a thinner PS2 for Kingdom Hearts speedruns, and it just was not the same. It's not the same.
You gotta have that chunky ass PS2.
It's so much better. It's
Oh,
huge.
yeah,
It's crazy
the
because
PS2
I
splits
bought
and stuff
the
are
chunky ass PS2, and the reason why I bought the chunky ass PS2 is because funny enough, retro game collector guy here, don't own a PS1. So I bought the
backwards
OG
compatibility.
PS2
Yeah.
because it's not even a question of backwards compatibility because every PS2 is backwards compatible. But the thing is, the very first iteration of the PS2, instead of just being backwards compatible with the PS1 software and just like it basically emulates the games, the OG PS2 just had a PS1 in it.
Yep. It just is.
Like
a
they
PS1.
actually just like, yeah, it's a PS1 and a PS2, and it just like fits both of them things. That's why it was so thick.
Yeah.
And that's why I bought that one, because there's some games that you cannot play on the slim PS2 because it doesn't have the software to emulate it, versus the OG one is just, it's a PS1. It'll run the fucking game. It was
Yep.
peak.
It's crazy. And God, it's so good. I don't know. I'm still a big partial to the handhelds though. The DS, the OG DS is amazing. Fits in the hand like
Oh, the DS is fucking amazing. The DS is, in my opinion, the greatest handheld console ever made. Like, I'm sorry, Game Boy. Sorry, Game Boy,
Nah,
Game
it's
Boy Color,
DS.
Game Boy Advance. The DS is fucking amazing, dude.
it's DS. It's all the way DS. 3DS was okay. I like 3DS. I maxed out my hours on X and Y, like everyone else, and but it just didn't hit the same. It was great. It was really good. It didn't hit the same.
Whoa, Espira, who the fuck is hating on Ranger? Pokemon Ranger is like, I will argue Pokemon Ranger is a better Pokemon spin-off than the Mystery Dungeon games. I'll say it.
I've never played it. Is that like
Is Ranger
Conquest?
the tactics ones?
It's the one you like
No,
circle the dudes.
Pokemon Ranger is where you circle the dudes to catch them, yeah. Bro, I still have fucking nightmares about that goddamn Onyx that takes up the entire fucking screen, bro.
I never played Ranger. I only saw them in the movie. They tried to do the movie tie-in with was it Manaphy? There was something they tried to do to where you tied in the games.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
What's really funny, right, is I played Pokemon Ranger on stream. And the thing is, the way I did that, someone bought me, you know the Osu players that have like the drawing tablet to play Osu? A viewer of mine bought me one of those and said, use this to play Ranger. And I was like, fucking bet. And I did. I was playing on a fucking drawing tablet on an emulator to play Ranger on stream. And it worked really well.
What nerds? Yeah, because like the little Wacom, what's it called, tablets. Unfortunately, Wacom is rough, but like, man, that's some crazy tech. That's wild.
It's really funny because there is a clip that is still out there of, I think it was like, I used like a water Pokemon to like use Hydro Pump on a Golem or a Graveler or some shit like that. And there's a clip out there of me just saying, yeah, come on him. And like, yeah, that's a thing. It's out there.
Between this and Eddie, it's like there seems to be a common theme here.
Edward.
Edward.
Edward is in fact a cum.
Who's found the 69 Edward?
I'm still
Dude.
looking.
I will buy that thing. I don't give a fuck.
Didn't MBT have a bounty on that too?
Yep.
We all do. We
the
all
most
want
sought
it.
after card in
We all do.
Elestrals is the 69 Eddie.
The 69 cum Eddie.
Who decided to Edward's stellar palette. The Eddie stellar color palette is hilarious. Why that one? I think it just straight up did not catch someone's eye. Or maybe it did, and that's the problem.
Or maybe there's nothing wrong with it, and it's you who are the problem.
True. Yeah, our minds need to get out of the gutter and into Elestrals. Own Elestrals.
Own Elestrals. Own
I
Elestrals.
know it said the keyword to start the stim. Certified Gooner? Absolutely true. Unfortunately.
Who up goonin'?
Oh my god.
Nexus form of Narpoon.
Nargoon.
Oh my god, Nargoon. I hate you so much.
But it could be lunar. It could be lunar because like a goon, like a goblin, like a ghoul thing.
Yeah.
It's goon.
Yeah.
No, so we need Nexus forms for Eddie.
Oh, well, actually, we do need Ed, and Eddie. I would
Yeah.
like Eduardo as well.
We need an actual card named Edward. Like,
Edward.
just give him some glasses, make him look posh.
Little mustache. Make him water.
That's the 3-drop. It goes Eddie, Kerbis, Edward.
We need every Eddie Nexus form to be a 3. Because 4 is too much.
With that being said-
it should be a 5.
With that being said, I am going to head out because I need to catch a flight tomorrow. So I'm going to dip. But
Yep.
It was fun talking to y'all.
No worries. Thanks for
Enjoy
hopping on
safe
the
travels.
call. Bye, safe travels.
All I have to say, too, there's one thing that's very important. Guys, what is this, a like count on the stream? Guys, like the stream. What the fuck are y'all doing? Like the stream. Thank you. Appreciate you all. Bye.
Bye. Bloop. The stream is going
So
downhill
we
fast.
have
That's
Yes,
fine.
there's
Now we can
two
talk about
Pugas and a
Elestrals.
yeah, so we have 2 Pigas in a trench coat. So we now need 3 Eddies in a trench coat, right?
Oh god, 3 Eddies in a trench coat is just what is the equivalent of that? Is this one copy of Tsunami?
No, it's a Mudlet Blue.
True. Oh yeah, we literally over-engineered the Earth deck just to bring it back down. Isn't that hilarious? God, I love Mudward. Mudward is so good. Anyways, yeah, is there anything else you guys want to touch on with this the ban list?
I'll be honest, and I'm not gonna harp on it too much because I mean we do have that video coming out, but I am one of the doomers of this list.
Oh my god.
And like the longer I've had to think about it, the worse it's gotten.
Because you're just like, there's just less that you see that has changed.
Oh no, that's not even the case. I think that there is a
Oh.
lot that has changed and not for the better.
Oh, interesting. Like the Volt
Yeah.
Tempest, like a Pharaohgeist.
Yeah, I do not think that is
The problem.
good.
Ooh, oh, there's worse, scarier things. I'm so mad that I'm even more broken.
This is like no, this is not what I'm saying. But Earthquake kept a lot of unfun stuff at bay,
Yeah.
and I'm very worried about the floodgates that have just been opened.
Floodgates.
So that is all I'll say. There are going to be multiple videos over the next couple weeks of me expressing my opinions.
I would
So
love
we'll-
to see some more lists too, because I think as the meta is like evolving with it, it's like I'm curious to see what people's war crime decks are
Yeah.
gonna be.
And actually, okay, this is a thing that I don't think that we talked about earlier.
Mhm.
That definitely came to a huge point of contention in my talks tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I very rarely do I ever speak poorly of this game, ever. I am Elestral's #1 fan, and always will
And
be.
player.
No. we try.
It's just 2 Jacks in a trench coat.
Literature. No.
It's actually, but I really do wish that we had a little bit more time to flesh out the Daybreak meta
before game
the
changes.
hits happened. I agree that Drataya should have happened this quick. I think the second that this was seen in a tournament, regardless of results, take Drataya out back. But like we saw a brand new deck, and I'm not trying to preach my own praise or anything, of like a brand new deck that came out of nowhere that did extremely well, in response to the previous tournament. And rather than letting then people respond to the heal meta and figure out what was good against heal, and there's a lot of stuff that's incredibly good against heal, they just kind of said, we're going to fix the problem for you.
I think that
this is probably
the
contentious.
probably most valid criticism that I've heard about the in general from people is, I think the timing of like the meta still being explored, and because the community is so relatively small, the exploration time frame and like actual experience of the community to try to change metas and adapt to them takes a bit longer than it would say the Yu-Gi-Oh or the Magic, the Pokemon communities. And I would like there to be more time to explore metas. Obviously, I don't think we clearly weren't in a meta where a stale, unfun, weird this with like the Rhinosec stuff popping up, the Solar Nexus stuff popping up with like the weirdest jank ass Solar Nexus list to exist. Like,
it's
so there's clearly still space that like a lot of exploration to make these decks more refined and have them show up. So I do think, the hits were a little early, but
I agree.
It's a situation where here we are now.
But I also disagree because I think that there's like, and this is very strange to say, maybe the Elestrals community needed, like the partial devil's advocate, that needed like a little push to have it solve for them. And then also, I think there's a very strong argument to be made that like maybe the cards that are like not good into heal are also, or that are good into heal, are also not good into other decks. You know, and maybe it's just the point is that people are going to be on and off cards, and it's less about like what if all the decks exist in the vacuum, maybe, and then like I don't know, it is very interesting. I agree that like the timing is like very quick, especially too because we'll have more cards that shake up the meta in Dracking. So like this is an additional change, which is like
I think that was also a thing that like I have a problem with is that like we do have a brand new deck that could potentially shake up the meta the day that this list goes into effect, and we won't actually know the ramifications of how good Dracking would have been before these hits. Yeah,
I guess the idea would be that like there is enough testing done with the current iteration, like the list we have currently now before October 1st, and the projection is that the removal, the mass amounts of removal are still prohibiting these strategies from flourishing.
Yeah. To kind of like answer to chat as well too. I'm not trying to spoil like videos that are coming out and whatnot. 10 out of 10 agree with the Lavalith hit. I think 5 or 6 out of 10 agree with the resting hit, and I 0 out of 10 the earthquake hit.
Really, the earthquake is the
earthquake
part
the earthquake hit is what I am most afraid of.
Interesting.
Just because of the
and like I've talked with a lot of people, and we are all very concerned about the earthquake hit.
I can see it. I mean, again, I think that earthquake, the downsides of earthquake, quote unquote, if you can even call them that, is like that you have to play earth, so it dilutes spirit pool. It's expensive, so it's like, that is what it is. Yep. But, Laurels, I think Laurels was only concerning to me because there is a problem with comeback mechanic in this game. You do need that some form. That was very necessary to do. Again, stuff like Equilinks is like effectively uncontested.
I apologize if I'm like echoing things that were already said during the stream.
Oh no. This is a fairly new point.
It's a good it's a good take to just kind of discuss things. And
like I like the philosophy around that, like Lavalith and resting kept divines from being played, and I don't think that that should be the case. I think that those hits to 1 are more justified than anything else. Skyhawk, come on, man.
True. Agree, actually. Big 3/3 is.
I have abandoned Earth and I've embraced Quackle, but
the Church of Quackle.
But like Earthquake, like so we've been complaining about like this little guy stall stuff, but there's nothing more stally than a rabbit in defense. And Earthquake was one of the things that was a solution to that. Obviously, now we still have like Mudlet and Eddie to also deal with those types of things, but one plays into back row and one doesn't. And one guarantees that the rabbit's off the field, and the other is still a gamble. So
yeah, I can see. So here, I guess counterpoint to specifically the rabbit argument is that I think enough
this
decks
is just
are
like one specific instance too. It's not even like the whole argument for Earthquake, but
yeah, but effectively a similar case is like a hard to out Elestral or that is early game, specifically early game. Late game Elestrals that are hard to out, I think that's kind of the point of the hits. But the like I think enough decks inside of Frostfall, from what I understand about like the Crabs meta, for example, one of the benefits is that like Earth has native removal for that, even with outside of Earthquake, or not. Yeah, native's good way of putting it. Water, you could play Mustation, and you could tech in more of like Atlantis for Galaxy too. Like there was the deck building considerations were around still, unfortunately Rabbit, but I do think enough decks right now, you're right, have more tools to deal with it than anything else. Earthquake is frustrating though on that level because it does give like you can't just sit on a rabbit and then profit forever, right?
Yeah, and I kind of want to bring up a brief point. So right now, maybe these changes could negatively impact how the game feels. But how do you guys feel like, does this open up maybe the potential for, like, I think Earthquake kind of limited the potential for how good removal could be because it was just kind of just, hey, it's 2 costs, hits anything, right? Would that impact future sets where maybe you can't play other removal cards or maybe more niche things?
Agreed. I actually think that's a good like design space as it opens up stuff where Cryoblast is more of a consideration. Like to kind of tie in Lavalith this too, I think there's like an argument to be made that the stuff that would bubble up in future sets like does matter because it's like it's a comparison of just what's better, and it's like why would I want to play Rock in a Hard Place even in a water deck when I can just play Earthquake? But now it's like before the idea was, oh, you're going to play it because of a specific reason. But now it's like actually a consideration because it's good removal, you know? And let's say there's like an Earthquake that's an Earthquake, but not as good in another element. Like that's a bet I think a lot of players are willing to take now that Earthquake's gone.
Yeah. I think the bigger issue that I see, right? In like still talking about the rabbit situation, right, is cool. It's really easy to out the first rabbit. What about the Smoltuga afterwards?
Yeah.
What about
and also Paradox?
the next
Just to catch on Paradox quick in chat, banning cards to force new cards is bad philosophy. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is you can't necessarily create cards that won't see play due to the fact that a card exists. Like, it makes it a tough choice. And then I think you also have the little bit of a side point where it's like,
it helps with
is
power
part of the reason why fives and heal is so strong because of the critical amounts of removal. And if adding more removal just impacts the decks, make them better. I think there's a lot to say about what does it do to like the future, because you're never going to play basically anything other than Earthquake and Laurels if there's no reason to ever play them ever. So that means you design around making better removal, or do you hit the cards that are already maybe too strong to design more situational cards, like how the counter runes work?
Yeah,
and I think maybe there's a space where Dan's trying to open up that a bit on his end.
It's definitely like a case of like, opening up design space, but it's also like, again, it's power creep. Like you effectively are trying to incentivize players to play cards, and so it's like, do you just make stronger Earthquake? And it's like, that's terrifying.
I think like kind of going off of that too, that would Rock in a Hard Place have been printed with the cost that it does if it didn't pair with 2 other Elestrals? Like at that point, if it didn't have the additional benefit of the card, would this have been a card that was even printed in the first place? Because it is just worse Earthquake because it doesn't necessarily do what you want. It gives your opponent
The agency.
the option.
Yeah.
I think that's it's not that it's worse. I think it's just different, and I think that's okay.
Yeah.
As far as like how I see it personally is like I think Laurels is just Earthquake but a 1-drop indifferent. I think that like Cryoblast is just Earthquake but 1-drop indifferent. And it's like I think the point is like a kit to me where it's like you want to give as many tools as possible for different situations. And I think because of the 40 card limit in Elestrals too, this helps. Is that like you're forcing your players and forcing strong, but effectively giving your player agency to deck build with concessions. And I think that's always a really cool thing. Like to your point, like is it worse Thunderstorm? Not necessarily. Like as far as how we see it now, right?
Well, in my opinion, the only reason Rock and Hard Place is playable is because it says you can't chain to it.
What about
I
what's it
don't even
called?
think
Blizzard.
that's the case.
Like, it's just I don't know. Maybe it's not the case, especially with like Draken coming
Yeah.
out. But that you can't chain to it is super flavorful to the card design, but also super relevant to say like, hey, you are losing something here. You're not going to weasel your way out of the advantage that I'm trying to disrupt you from. I think that's extremely relevant for making the card actually playable.
Yeah. To Skyhawk's point too about like the game plan decks, like effectively, if you're sitting on a 5 defender and game plan decks are allowing to set up on you, that is, I think, also the balance there with like EQ being gone. Like maybe those game plans are worse, you know, right? We could bring up that point that maybe they're still not good, but
I'm worried about.
I think it's like worth to be seen. I do think that the what I've seen so far from the decks that are bubbling, and the decks that are like kind of being explored with, I think we'll be fine. I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff that the game plan decks want to do, but just haven't been able to, for one reason or another. You know, like that's also true. Yadalock brings up a good point. Hello, Yadalocked. Maybe create a new stadium that doesn't let players enchant or attack unless they control the same or less. I love the idea.
Oh god, we already had that conversation too.
I love the idea.
Have a Mystic Mind deck, and it's called Little Guy Stall.
Yeah. Quackle is effectively what you're talking about. That's the same card as far as I'm concerned. You can only control one Quackle per Quackle format. That's what we call it, actually.
Quackle's Kaiser Coliseum.
That'd be really funny. That'd be really, really funny if that's the solution as Kaiser Coliseum. It's definitely not, but that'd be really
No, because 5s would play it.
5s would play. See, that's the issue. Any tool we give to people, 5s gets. No, I think that's also kind of the point too, is that like because of Rock and Hard Place, Earthquake, or Rock and Hard Place being different Earthquake, in some ways worse and like some ways better. Like Earthquake is just target destroy, is an extremely powerful effect in general. And so like if Earthquake didn't like never existed, let's just say, like if thing different then yada yada. But like Rock and Hard Place I think would probably still have been played out of bare necessity that it's a removal, but with the downside is that you just, you know, you lose some agency. Like a little bit. And that's like with a limited card pool in mind. Right?
Yeah, I mean, do you lose that agency when you play Drakid and they have one back row because they're afraid of Gloombat, and then they have one rabbit, and you go, cool, Drakid, Rock and Hard Place, buy rabbit because you don't want me stealing your rabbit back.
Yeah. I will say this is actually a weird, again, small pin tangent. It's like I like the idea that the counter rune quote unquote problem was to effectively design cards that don't necessarily directly hit counter runes. Lavalith was a mistake, but the like addition of Gloombat and the addition of how certain decks want to play, like Rock and Hard Place, which makes it like you gain advantage based off of your fact your opponent's only setting one counter rune. That's like player manipulation. That's the negative term, but it's more like instead of just, oh, I have to deal with all these back row, it's you only want to even set one back row. And that's cool. I think it's a cool thing to
and then but it also gives, I think, the player agency. If you have 3 good back row and you feel comfortable playing into potential 1-for-1 Gloombat, that you still have the back row to potentially answer your other opponent's cards. It's not fully punishing. Like a lot of people want to do the arms race in comments of, hey, let's print Harpy's Feather Duster or let's print Heavy Storm, and it's like, the amount of comments that I see is like, let's just do what Yu-Gi-Oh did to fix these problems. and then we're just going to end up with a lot of similar problems to you. I think right now we're facing something a little bit more unique to Elestrals, which I think is good for the identity of the game. That it's not just, hey, let's follow in Yu-Gi-Oh's footsteps and have, all these things that Yu-Gi-Oh did and speed run through their problems till we get to a spot that people like. It's, hey, now we have a unique Elestrals problem. Let's try to see where we can kind of solve things or push things and see what happens. So I think that's kind of a good mentality, but yeah, it's just back row meta having a way where it's like something like Gloombat gives agency without completely dismantling like what back row means to the game is interesting. At least I think it's interesting. I don't know what you guys' full takes on that is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Gloombat's great. I'm just saying it gives people more agency to play into or around cards.
Yeah, I agree. Again, I think that's like the necessity of cards in a given meta to shift playstyle is important, right? I mean, bluff setting in the current meta sucks because it loses you semifinals, and it's like that's that. Sorry, Kevin.
Bro, he's not even here to defend himself.
I know. I'm so sorry. That's how I missed out on topping. By the way, is that I was facing off against Hudat, and I went Lavalith. There was no reason for me to set my bluff. And Rockin' Out Hard Place is now live. And it lost me the game on the spot. And it's like that felt terrible. So I think it's just a common case of like muscle memory in that same way. And I think Gloombat and cards like Dense Fog are cards that like, because they exist, players will just build and play differently. And that's cool. That's a cool thing to play around with.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing the counterplay options that people go into the Dracking stuff. Because it's like, hey, if I go turn one, like, defense wall pass with no back row, how does the Dracking player get over the defense wall turn on their first turn without rocking a hard place? Or like, I mean, maybe they run eddies, but if they don't have the eddies, they do like Dracking stuff for Drackid. Like somehow that actually might be an optimal strategy in some cases, or at least not necessarily optimal, but like an option you have to think about is like, hey, is there an option here where I just don't set something right now to keep Rock and Hard Place offline, to keep something like Dracid offline? It's interesting to think about.
Yeah,
at least.
I mean, to be fair, the fail to find mechanic does mean that you can still activate or misenchant and then still bring out the Draken
True. Yeah, I don't personally fully agree with the whole you can miscast runes with
it's
no
expensive.
Effect. I think that yeah, it's weird though. Like I understand Elestrals, but like the miscast runes just, I don't know, something feels
for no effect.
Deeply
still
weird
counts
about
as
that.
like casting the name.
Yeah. It's like this. I think Race the Top does it the best, where the rule in a Race the Top is that it has to be properly enchanted. That's the good version, because otherwise Race the Top is a one cost rune that just uses the Olympus for free, which I think is cool.
Crazy,
but
Larry, I will die on the hill that removing back row to play Invoke is good for the game. You know I will debate you on this so hard.
I'll say one more time. It's crazy how good Race to the Top is.
It's so good. It's good and it's well balanced. Isn't that wild?
I'm saying that.
Yeah, strange.
You're saying that because the guy who designed Race to the Top is right now.
Race the Top is so good. Actually, that's right. I know Wirtz, you had a big hand in like all the other elemental like one drops.
I pitched specifically to Dan Race to the Top and Rise from the Depths, and I'm not breaking NDA by saying this because I explicitly asked him if I could talk about it.
I think there's some videos about it previously you talked about it on. And it's, by the way, those are two of my favorite cards from set 2, and they're so well put together. They feel so good to resolve. It's wild. And they fix a lot of the problems from the decks. Quackle can use it now, which is like wild. But like,
that's crazy, right?
Are you playing Jolton? Race the Top engine inside of your stall deck? There's no way.
To be fair, George, I pitched Race differently, so it did get changed. So personally, I didn't. I will say that I believe I talked about this in the video. I pitched it as comparing attack stats, so that specifically you couldn't use it with Rabbit.
Yeah, and it's funny because every single Elestral outside of Rabbit for Thunder has a tiny booty. So it's like you're using it with Rabbit specifically, or Unk. You can use it with Unk now, but or Quackle.
quick spoiler because I'm working on the heal list right now.
Yeah.
Post ban list, I have more removal in my heal list than I did pre-ban list.
Are you playing rock and also cryo and race? Okay.
No, but I'll tell you right now, I have 20 removal.
Oh my god, this is like secret side deck. Okay, we
So
got a
Vertuka, Vertakwa,
True.
Quackle,
Breeze.
Boombat.
So just putting that out there.
Playing
Heal
both
list
Race to the
coming
Top
soon.
and
Heal list
Kinglio.
coming soon. Just need to test it.
Oh my, 20.
This list
removal?
actually looks. I'll say it right now. This list actually looks scarier than the old one.
No, don't say that. See, this is why you were saying the ban list is too early. Is that you didn't get a chance to play this list, which is even scarier and effectively has changed nothing. Like you're playing the one copy of Earthquake and resting, of course, but like,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, because you gotta. But Josh always says that. I don't know. Josh has been pretty right about a few
When
things.
have I been wrong? When have I been?
Solar
when I'm
Zero.
not sarcastically
Have
talking.
you heard of this card, Celestlio?
Oh my god.
What do you mean? It's crazy now. Actually,
Celestial.
I wasn't wrong.
Celestial is in Lustragon,
Bro,
solar
Soulstock
through the
stocks?
roof. Actually through the roof.
Oh my
Soul
gosh,
Stock
Soul
stocks.
Stocks, like unironically, through the roof.
Actual through the roof.
Kinlio stock?
Holy,
P-Gleam.
Boombat
they've
stock?
always been high.
P-Gleam will never be good. I don't
It's
care
so
what
good.
people say.
P.
I agree. P-Gleam's terrible.
He dies to every single fake attack stat Celestial in the game.
It's Peem. It's so
Chorus.
good.
Lost Station,
It's so good.
Sectaris, anything with a stadium in play.
It's so good. P-Gleam
The one thing-
is bad. It's very bad.
The one thing that I have regretted by posting that solar video with Caleb is making my good friend Trish spend $3,000.
Oh yeah, he's picking up all the reverses and shit. Has he? He hasn't played in an event
He
yet, has
has.
He
Oh, he
has.
he? Oh no!
Do we want to say how the first run went?
Did he go like X and 2 drop or something?
Someone
No.
please explain the Peem bit. Beats me. I have no clue. I came into the Peem bit because I love P-Gleam, and I heard everyone say Peem. It's a meme, isn't it?
I can't talk about Peem yet.
Oh god. It's Peem. Peem.
One of the best videos that will ever come out on this channel.
Oh my
It's
god. Dies to everything but kills everything if you believe hard enough. It kills everything and is a potential 2-for-1 into back row. I've had P-Gleam have so many shield and Gorgon's activations. It's crazy. That card is not worth either of those. And it's beautiful.
So
I love it.
I think it's funny that I think people are gonna misplay around P-Gleam just because they forget their Tictors in their tech for their
Yep.
Earth Beaters, or their random
It's
buff
base.
cards are just gonna be like, oh yeah, right, that's not affected by P-Gleam.
Yeah.
Whoops.
I came across that issue earlier where I actually think it was against Keebs inside of the last round of the last week for the casual. I went P-Gleam on one of their Toxic Swarms, and I had to hit into it because I had to trade because the Aeolus or the Island of Aeolia was up, and so because it only affected base, I lost advantage. It was incredible. It's such a good card. It's cool.
If P-Gleam had literally one more attack, it would probably be playable.
Yeah, if it was a 2 at all, this card goes crazy.
Yeah, I heard Temple of the Sun's really good.
Temple Sun is great. Is actually really good. That card's amazing. Yeah, we hate DD Warrior Lady now. DD Warrior Lady is awesome, and we actually Elestrals does need a DD Warrior Lady, unironically.
What's the? Did you really the card that destroys it gets banished or something? Or what was it?
If it battles after damage step, I believe it
You can choose
banishes.
to kill.
Yeah. You can choose to banish both it and another card, or the attacking thing.
Carry On is so close.
Carry On's crazy.
Carry On is so close.
Yo, is
The DD
Carry
Warrior
On
Lady.
is Carry On the tech against Earth Nexus in the mirror match? So you steal their Earth and the Nexus off of it.
Carry On. Okay.
5 forbidding combos in Elestrals.
Number 1, Carry On. Number 2,
Carry On,
Carry
Alpha
On
Star.
with Charon's Obol. Number three.
Number
Three.
Carry on again.
with Alter.
With Alter. It just all
No,
in
no,
one.
Cashteer at home, guys. You just play Rise from the Ashes, Golden Apple Discord, Tadpuff, and Cracking, and you play Cashteer at home.
That's true. Okay, whatever happened to the original suppression Elestrals? Incredible.
Kraken. I still think Kraken deserves a one of in Water Deck.
This whole stream has been card mentioned. Swallow this card's crazy.
No, that's my job.
Yeah, Josh is. It's so funny. In our normal conversations, Josh is like, "This card goes nuts," and I'm like, "If you say so." But every so often, I'll chime in with like it'd be like the worst card you've ever heard, like legitimately like Carry On. I'll cope for like all my life savings, and it'll be like, "Carry On's nuts, guys! I swear."
Like that's the
What
thing
was
with
it?
what. So the card pool, like every card has something impactful about it, and you can see the scenarios where, hey, this card cooks, but the odds of getting to those scenarios isn't always
It was
actually at
That's the
temperature.
secret. It never cooks.
It was so funny because in Elestriad, there was one point that we were considering playing Carry On into the Helios Trifernal deck.
Yeah,
Yo,
That's fun. I love
Because
that
You
deck.
could not attack.
or you
Because
just
you would just steal it.
or you just do what everyone else does against me and just put one Celestial in defense position.
Yo, but Carry On could be that Elestral in defense.
It's
Yep.
it's really wild because like
I
that's
remember
so
messaging
good.
Skyhawk about Carry On Rollings with like it being the second Elestral that was run over by battle with the Blazers.
If Wind
I
had
don't-
a recruiter, I think Carry On could see play on some level.
Yo, OG Eldrick?
Yeah. Oh, it's right. Oh
Don't
my
remind me.
god, I miss it. We do need one. We do need one, right? We have Aeolus. We do need it.
I'm sorry, I missed something. What do we need?
The Wind Searcher.
Yo, bring me back prototype Belichick.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we
Yeah,
just
yeah, we
said.
Yeah, I missed that whole thing because I was just reading Skyhawk's message.
The most based list ever. Oh yeah, the Carry On.
Yeah,
The Carry On list.
no, the Fruit Pantera.
Oh, the most recent Fruit Pantera. Oh
Like-
yeah.
So I talked with a friend of the person who brought that deck, and I asked him, like, why'd your friend bring Pantera as a reanimator target amongst all of these other cards that they could potentially bring, like, well, Tempest or like Centaur, like these
Farrageist.
cards that you could potentially get Farrageist, right? And what they told me was that their friend just really liked the stat line on Pantera.
I just like that it's big.
That's it.
How are they going to deal with it? They can't.
I mean,
It's big.
anything over 12 is like overkill. Like I think you like, especially since you're playing Earth stuff already, you could potentially run a Centaur just to maybe like hard ascend and get the extra pop. But like, I don't know, Pantera.
Aspira brings up a phenomenal point. Honestly, I think I could get really behind this this ban list if we had OG Mfrix.
Actually, you know, it'd be really funny. Okay, let me pitch you an idea. They're all escaped from Tartarus, but they're not because they're broken. It's because they were wronged by specifically one man, and it's a escape from Tartarus form of Exaltair, escape from Tartarus form Mfrix,
Ursier,
and
Ursko,
Kinleo.
Ursula,
and
Kinleo.
all four of them are their
Rummagem.
OG effects. Rummagem as well. We'll bring them all back.
4/4 Rummagem. Oh my
And
god.
Rabbit. We'll put Rabbit in there too. 2/4. Put him in there. It's beautiful.
And you
That
know
would be
what we
so
call
sick.
this instead of Escape from Tartarus? It's
Forced
Escape from Mount Olympus.
escape mount. They're actually, but no, see, like that's a positive change. Like that's weak. I think we still need to let people know that these things are
Descend from
punished.
Olympus.
These are fallen from Olympus versions.
Born from Tartarus.
Yeah, just
Born
all the
from
art has like
Tartarus?
thunderbolts
Yeah.
following them.
Wait.
Zeus is bad.
That's interesting lore. Born from Tartarus is kind of cool because they're like evil doppelganger versions that replace the cards, like for no particular reason. They're like body swap type shenanigans. We're cooking. We're cooking.
I've said it.
No,
for a while,
OG
like, I think
Tsunami
that,
was
like,
a
eight
problem. I'm
Tartarus-
sorry. OG Tsunami was a problem.
What was
What
OG
was OG
Tsunami?
Tsunami? I can't remember.
Tsunami locked all the positions of the Elestrals so
Oh,
they had to
yeah.
turn as well.
Oh, good. No, good. I hate activate. I hate when my opponent goes, yeah, I'm gonna activate Equilinks and change it back because I couldn't out of the first turn. Feels bad. No, necessary. That's necessary. Tsunami is the best counter rune in the game, and it's completely fair and fine. It's such a good card. But no, we do need a 4 Ursier. We need OG Emfrix because that card was fine. It
Brings
fine.
Zippad back.
Zippad! This is the second time Zippad's come up in one of these conversations, and it's so good.
Honestly, I really hope we get like, so yeah, we've had themes like Daybreak, Moonrise, so on and so forth. I hope we get a Tartarus set.
I was just saying
like
we should.
the whole set is themed around
Yeah.
like
so when
everything that
Dan
lives in
announced,
Tartarus.
when Dan announced Escape from Tartarus, my first thought was we need to get enough cards banned to make a Tartarus deck.
Yep.
Like, what is the Tartarus divine? Like,
So-
will there be a Hades divine?
Hades. Yep. So
You know who we haven't heard from in a while in all the lore, etc. Where the hell did Aranos go?
ooh. We could do some with Aranos.
Like legitimately, where did he go in all the lore, all the cards? Like where did he go?
Where did he go?
No, the we were talking about this a little bit earlier, like with the like a stadium, or like there's got the divine could potentially like it's a lunar fire divine, the first two, and you have to detach or disenchant one of each to, and it depending, I don't know if it's the search is better or the special cast, but you can only special cast that, or there's rise from Tartarus, which is a 2-cost rise from the ashes, but you can only bring back an Escape from Tartarus title.
So what you're saying is
Or
you want
even just a
archetypes.
Tartarus card.
You want Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes.
Effectively, it's an archetype. This would be the like a title archetype versus like Ursa is like the type archetype or spirit.
Yeah, I think that's also a really interesting design space for Elestrals is because you have like the Ursa archetype is kind of like a spellcast archetype in say Yu-Gi-Oh, but then you also have the titles. So the titles kind of lean into like you could potentially have an archetype that's like all foamy at some point, right? Like I think that's a really cool like possible interesting design space.
It's the foamy deck, and so that's like really kind of silly and cool. And Tartarus is the exact same way. A whole Tartarus set, a bunch of degens that got rejected, and they're all cool and have tattoos.
For all the people that like run the jail.
Oh yeah, that'd be like new card space. Ooh, that's
that's what I mean. Like
Volcaries,
that
Jailer of
dwells in
Tartarus,
Tartarus
Pectoris, Punisher of Tartarus,
tour guide of Tartarus is from what I'm hearing.
Sangan of Tartarus,
special cast, and Escape from Tartarus card from your deck.
From your deck, that's has to be 3 years hack.
And then you make an invoke rune that is Escape from Tartarus, and it just searches an Escape from Tartarus card.
Call the no ban list format is Prison Break. Yo,
that is actually hilarious.
We have that right now, like with Sparkit.
Oh,
this is like a fun.
When's the Popper format tournament?
Oh, Popper.
Oh,
he said the magic word.
You just opened up a can of worms. I can't believe you
literally
said
opened up
Popper.
Pandora's
Thank
box.
I am a huge
Thank you for
Popper
bringing
fan.
up Popper. Words,
I'm a
you and I are best
huge
friends
Popper.
now. Thank you. Oh my
No,
goodness.
Popper is the best format in almost every game. Prove me
Oh
wrong.
my god. Can we talk about how good Popper is now, like post tournament pack?
See, I don't agree with everything in the tournament pack but I do think it does kind of make some really interesting additions to
My gosh. Like bears are the best deck. Like bears are unreal. Oh wait, I have my whole like Popper.
I was playing a janky Water Thunder Lycavolt discard thing a while back.
Oh
Yeah, so was I. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like oh my gosh. Like this goes crazy. The fact that we have 6 counter runes now is good.
I gotta go look. So the OTS pack, Rise from the Ashes is great in Pauper. Not gonna lie.
Altar's the big
Altar cooks, especially. I mean, the problem I think with Pauper is like banks are difficult, but it's also Pauper, so it's fine that you don't have consistent banks
aren't even
outside
that
the
bad
stadium.
because you play like a Jolton in every deck with their like specific stadium rune, and like that is your Nexus bank.
Mm-hmm.
And you can enchant it with whatever you need for like rabbit activations or like fire for buffs, whatever. Like there's
Honestly,
so much you can do.
We just need to put together some Pauper decks and just jam out one day.
Absolutely.
I think
my gosh.
Pauper pops off. Sorry, what is the other pauper deck?
Eddie
I gotta
best
go pull up
pauper
my list.
card, like, oh,
Skyhawk,
I
I
was-
swear, every time tonight, so the previous Professor Swolax streams, they weren't necessarily meant to be 4 hours, but I was like, I'm prepared to go the distance. This stream, legitimately, I booted up, and I was like, it's only gonna be like 2 hours, maybe an hour. Lol. But to be fair, though,
Like
5-minute coding
Earthfire
adventure
Burn,
in and out.
Earthfire Burn Pauper.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
hurt the Adventure Chief. Just why? Oh my god. No, I
You
think it's a.
you could wisp block and Pauper. Like there's so
Oh,
much
that's right, you can
fun
whip-
stuff
oh,
you can do with
no.
Pauper.
Yeah,
Right, you can. If I follow the wisp is common, right?
yeah, and there's like no
There's,
removal. So once you
uh,
establish it, the game's over.
There's like you could play like a Rumacole like toolbox deck with Valkyries, Rumacole, Stadium.
Yep.
The format is so cool. It's legitimately so cool, and you don't need to like have
Bears is the
concessions
best
for
deck,
uncommons anymore.
but-
Like
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable format.
alright, I'm gonna put some Pauper lists together. I'm gonna DM you like in
Yes,
a couple
please
of
do,
days,
please
and we
do.
just need to go. We just need to play some games.
Like I'll film Pauper stuff for like your channel too. Like I don't care. Like
That would be crazy. Actually, that's a really good idea.
No, wait.
Frankly,
Guardians
we
of
should do it.
Fleece? Is there an artifact? No, wait. There's no common
all-
artifact. Damn
every
it,
single one of the artifacts are uncommons. Yep.
Dan! I have a complaint.
I have a complaint. Why is Gorgon's a common in PTA?
Wait, no. We can play Rhynymph and empower our own Elestral to turn on Guardian of the Fleece. 5-head.
You'll play Aramare. Ascend the
Yo!
Boombat.
Oh god,
And then-
Aramare. Then you play big Rhino sack. Any Rhino enjoyers? Jeez, sus.
Now you can't play Rhinosect. These are rare.
Wait until we get a Shattered Stars, and he's gonna be a common. He's peasy. That's
Is
that's-
there
Oh
a
that's
my
common
gosh.
eruption? Or
No.
oh, so close. So close.
I
Oh yeah,
listed
because
every
it's
single
hollow
legal
in the.
card.
Dang,
Yep.
it's hollow in the pack. Oh, it's so close to being goaded.
So close.
That's good.
Oh my.
But yeah, we were talking a little bit of alt formats earlier, and I was trying to cook an EDH format too. Like, just
Oh my gosh. Oh,
is Sprouter good because it's just a 5 defense wall now?
Yes. Unfortunately, all the fives is still
Oysters?
crazy in that format, which is wild.
well, the format is just 5 turbo.
It is
and
5
Eddie is
skin.
your savior.
True. All right.
Oh my.
I think we're gonna wrap up the ban list, the Jotaya send away party. Is there anything you guys want to talk about with our lovely fruit boy or this new limited list? Is there an official name other than just the card restricted list? Ban list?
What's the website page? One sec. Oh, let me just pull up the link to the page and see what the page calls it.
What am I daily
It
macros?
is, so the page that has all the ban lists is called the Residents of Tartarus.
The Tartarus list. The tar list.
Yep.
Tarta list. There's a way to shorten this. There's gonna be a cutesy name that'll stick, I swear. Fives stuck. What's another cutesy
It's
name
the
we came up
tartar
with?
sauce list.
Tartar sauce list. Tartar sauce is pretty
Tartar
good.
sauce. Dude, you can't play that. It's in tartar sauce.
I'll say it though. Jotaya, good riddance.
Yeah.
Will not be missed.
My boy.
Get him out of here. Take
He's-
him out
I
back.
just wish I had
So
the new
deserved.
Jotaya.
He's great.
You've drawn way too many cards.
so
You've been responsible for so much bullshit.
No. Jotaya is fair in his archetype. Everyone else's archetypes are the problem, so we should ban every card but Jotaya. That is my
That's
TED
so
Talk. Thank
The
you for
crazy.
ultimate
showing up.
format, it's
It's
just
crazy
fruit.
how Jotaya is Kashtira Fenrir, and I will not elaborate.
God damn.
No. It's Max C.
It's crazy that it's both Maxi and Cashier Fenrir in one
Fenrir.
card.
Yeah.
That's absolutely
God
wild.
damn it.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for being on today for this ban list discussion. This short stream, by the way. But also
How long was the short stream?
4 hours?
Oh, that's not too bad. That's pretty short.
To be fair, about
When Clash comes out, it's going to be 8-hour streams.
that's
so,
not it's 24-hour stream on the drop. I will say that.
Yeah.
But the no, initially, to be fair, and Wirtz, thank you so much for taking the time to yap with us tonight too. I think it was a godsend that we got you here.
I have been talking since like 11 a.m. this morning to do a bunch of stuff for work. So it's just wild that my voice hasn't shot out. Thanks for having me on, though.
Absolutely. No, it was good. I'm happy that we got a chance to. I was joking with the Knots earlier. I'm like, I have to know what Wirtz thinks of all this. Obviously, for obvious reasons.
Oh,
But,
you can't imagine my inbox right now.
it's literally, hey, are you okay?
It's a ton of people are like, hey, what are your thoughts on the ban list? I just keep copying and pasting my Twitter thread.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, yeah. If you guys are watching this and are still, here conscious, I know that someone said the Twilight Princess music snapped them back. Follow Wirtz on Twitter. Wirtz, where can we find you? I know we can find you on YouTube. I think it's Wirtz TCG on YouTube.
Yeah, it's Wirtz TCG on YouTube. You know what's funny? I'm gonna DM you a quick little thing that you can use to tell people about me real quick.
Yeah.
I'll just upload it in here. I'm still working on it. I have like 2 more things I got to add to it, but I've been making a collection. It's a short little video you can play for everybody. I'm making a nice collection of things.
Oh my god!
This
Okay.
individual has.
How do I? Let me get this in the browser. Download.
I have more than what's there. I just haven't gotten to add them to the list yet. But there's at least 2 more clips I have to add.
Oh my god! All right, chat. This is insane. I can't. I got a DM just now, and this DM contains the biggest jump scare I've seen in a while.
10 seconds of amazingness.
So, all right, let me turn up the volume a little bit. All right. So if you guys want to know a little bit about Wirtz, this might be it.
This individual has surpassed all of his competitors' work. I think that's it.
Any final words?
Subscribe to Words.
Subscribe to Words.
Subscribe to Words, bro.
It's literally just us telling people to subscribe to Wirtz. No! That's awesome. What the hell?
It's funny, like, because as a joke, my girlfriend just started, like, pinging me whenever someone said subscribe to Worst, and then I just took all those clips, re-recorded them, and started stitching them together. I have one of you from last stream, like...
It's so true. Man, it's
so the idea
incredible.
is just collect them all, and then I'll just slide them in, and instead of having, like, hey, subscribe to me video or an intro cinematic, it's just is everyone saying subscribe to Words?
It's true. It's so funny you mentioned this because I was just pitching to the Knots. I'm like, we have to get Wirtz more subscribers than at minimum Caster's Corner. And if it's more than us, I'll take that. I'll take that bet, damn it. Incredible.
Yeah.
Let me
I gotta get more stuff like going in my channel. I've just been so busy, but I have my Fossa Cell stuff I gotta edit still. I have the ban list video I gotta still make that I was gonna make until you told me to jump on Elestrals. Up on Elestrals, everybody.
Yeah, the biggest thing too, I think, is that like the ban list. It's like this is gonna be the hot topic for a couple days, which is nice.
It's free content.
Absolutely just free content and a half. Let me pull up something really quick. Wirtz TCG. Perfect. There we go. We found you both. Luckily, all your branding's consistent too, which is super nice. All right, everyone.
Yeah, and I make memes.
It's
follow my Twitter for the memes.
Wirtz's Twitter is golden, and it legitimately is amazing. A great thread too on the ban list and kind of the thoughts and opinions on it. I want to bring up earlier. Also, R.I.P. Josh is kind of in the way. This little cute, adorable old Jataya. I love that.
With the knife in its back.
In channels was really funny. Wirtz TCG on Twitter. And then
I typed in shambles, and it's my best tweet all fucking month.
it's good. It's perfect. It's so perfect. Well, it's crazy too because like I can't remember, it was like the caster's corner thing and being like, I'm in shambles. This is like, okay, haha, but this one hits home. This one's real. There's real emotions on this one. It's amazing. So Worth TCG on Twitter, highly recommend. One of the best follows on the platform. And then also subscribe to Worth. 761. We got to push him over to 1K. We only need 300
Oh,
more.
761. Hey, I went up to subscribers today.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Wirtz makes excellent content, and by the way, is like outside of us cheaters who cheated to get these numbers, Wirtz has been solo Elestrals this entire time, which is like wild.
Yeah, you see that 263 videos? Yeah, that's 260 videos all on Elestrals.
On Elestrals, it's true.
All on Elestrals.
And it's all good. So again, highly recommend checking him out. Wirtz has great opinions, obviously, and I think it's great. So. Yeah, once again, thanks for hopping on with me today to talk with us on ban list, on card design, etc. If I say subscribe to Wirtz like 5 more times, will that make it into all the clip compilation?
Oh god, since I'm actually like not watching the stream, I don't have the clips to just keep collecting. Go make me come back to here to find them all.
Okay, well, every time we do it, maybe we'll have a hotkey to send it back. But amazing. All right. Well, thank y'all so much for hopping on today. I'll close out stream and then we'll go from here. But all right. Thanks y'all. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Rest up, boys.
Sleep is for the weak, like the whole week.
Josh, I think Josh. If Josh isn't AFK, tell him to go to sleep too. But all right. Bye, Words. Bye, Josh.
Please have a good night.
What a very productive and beautiful stream. Jertaya, my beloved. Jertaya, my beloved. Well, I think that's everything that we have to say on this discussion and everything that we have to talk about on this discussion a little bit. Let me turn down the music. Maybe. I can't remember. I don't know if that worked. Anyways, thank you guys so much for being here tonight and for listening to us yap. Again, I did not intend for this to be super long stream, but I'm glad it was. I think it was great to hear Wirt's opinions and have a great talk. As well, I think that we are going to be live again sometime soon, probably with our Professor Swolak's stuff and more lectures. So look forward to the glasses and the sweaters. Ban list discussion tomorrow on the channel, so make sure to hit that subscribe button, look forward to it. We have a lot to talk about more with the other knots too. It's not just my voice and face on this channel. Follow us on Twitter at Elestrals if you guys want to see more memes and etc. That account's gone through a amazing revamp, and we're funnier than ever. As well, if you guys want to selfishly follow me on Twitter at Swolax, then go ahead and do so. The YouTube channel is Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't want that, but I always appreciate it. Anyways, if it's late for you, make sure to get some rest, and if not, then enjoy the rest of your afternoon, evening, or your day, whatever it is in the world for you. If you haven't eaten yet, go do so. Take care of yourself, first and foremost. I probably will get some food myself, even though it's like 2 a.m. where I'm at. I think there's maybe a little bit of Taco Bell and a Celsius calling my name. That's a little bit foreshadowing for you. Anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I really do appreciate you guys keeping me sane, especially in this time, this hardship time. I think that we can end out this stream with the tried and true. If you guys would follow me one last 07 in chat for our good boy.
can I